A huge segment to the correctional system. We're bringing in non-custodia. We have always had custodia. And non-custodia can be as big as custodia. But we have not got the resources. So how can we manage, harness, and create value from the limited resources that we have? So a strategy which is about to be developed must accommodate all of these elements in its formation. Yes.
Are we also looking at what we need, either both in terms of resources and in terms of personnel?
Absolutely. Needs assessment, skills, competences, knowledge building, consensus building. Who do we need to take along with us? Collaboration between several ministries, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Interior, even Ministry of Agriculture, because we are talking about farm correctional services, farm centers. We are talking about harnessing the abundant human and physical resources of the inmates to bring about productive activities. So that rather than being a parasite on the economy, they are contributors to the overall economy. So then we are talking about restorative justice. We are talking about sentencing guidelines, because we are even talking about capacity building. The magistrates, the high courts must understand this paradigm shift from imprisonment to non-custodia. And how do they award their sentences? Parole, suspended sentence, community service order, rehabilitation orders, treatment orders. And then there's also the need to bring about a proper intersection or integration of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act and the National Correctional Services Act and the Child Rights Act.
I can say that I'm very proud and happy that this act has come into being, which of course is as a result of our advocacy as members within the Presidential Committee on Prison, now Correctional Service Center decongestional reforms. I'm indeed very, very happy because it shows a response by the government that put us in place towards our recommendations. It is time for us to see inmates as source of boosting Nigeria's economy, not simply as parasites confined within the wall of the correctional center. Source of boosting Nigeria's economy in the sense that we are going to make recommendations so that certain establishments involved in constructions, manufacturing industries, and what have you, could have them engage in certain aspects of their mandate so that they will be exposed to certain skills acquisition, and the money they are realizing would be put in place for the improvement of the correctional service centers. Like as I observed yesterday when the center, the center itself here in Uyo, I noticed that the inmates are the ones sewing the uniforms of the officials of the correctional center, and indeed their own. And looking at the kind of sewing machines, they are relics of colonial masters. You were there when I expressed the test. I said the fact that they are sewing the uniforms of the officers here means that there shouldn't have been a lot of these sewing machines here. It will save costs on the part of government. All they need is to, in fact, the correctional center can even provide the material itself, realizing that the inmates themselves are doing the sewing, and then what they also sew and are being sold, part of the money could be used by the correctional center to buy the material for their own uniforms, and the sewing is done within, and many other things like that could be done. So we are here today to articulate on this yardstick the measures that we put in place towards further sensitizing judges, magistrates, who very soon in the FCT will get through the sensitization and will start sentencing convicts to non-custodial sentences, which will deflate the number of persons in the prison.
I'm told there's going to be a draft from this, which will be implemented first by the FCT High Court, but subsequently to others.
Definitely. Just like the ACGA, ab initio, what I mean is, from the beginning, it was meant for only federal courts. But then, at the time when we were deliberating on the bill, we made it possible for all states to be part of the deliberations for easy adoption of the law when the bill was passed. And I can tell you, I think it's only 7 out of the Nigerian state components that are yet to adopt the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. Only 7. And I am so excited by the responses we get from the states, showing the enthusiasm. Of course, as I said, we made them part and parcel of the deliberations when we were making advocacy for the passage of that bill. And even the Correctional Act, you can see that some of the state members are here because we want to make them part of it, so that when it comes to their turn, they will not find difficulties, getting into it.
The Minister of Justice has also been involved in some of these areas. Courts are beginning to utilize the provisions of non-custodial provisions. We have always had the custodial provisions. How can our system absorb this and make it effective in the running of the law?
Well, you see, the non-custodial sentence is indeed a product of policy formulation by the government, is indeed a product of necessity that came about on account of the need to decongest our prison centers, our correctional service centers and formations across the country. As you rightly know, our prison service or our correctional centers are indeed congested to such an extent that 70% of the inmates in our correctional centers are awaiting trial inmates. Now, the need arose to look at the system and see what interventions we can bring about for the purpose of having a sustainable policy that will see to the decongestion of the prison formation. And that is how Nigerian Correctional Service Act came about, which is indeed a piece of legislation that is intended to support the decongestion process of our correctional service centers. So what happened arising from the piece of legislation, that is Nigerian Correctional Service Act, is bringing about those innovations that we believe and think are sustainable for the purpose of bringing about the congestion of the prison formation. And what has it succeeded in achieving at the end of the day? It has indeed succeeded in accommodating, by way of legislation, the non-custodial sentences for convicts. It has as well succeeded in ensuring that certain discretions are accorded the prison personnel in accommodating inmates. For example, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, a discretion is accorded the correctional centers formation to reject inmates in circumstances where they are indeed overcrowded and congested. Again, by that singular legislation as well, discretion is accorded them to reject an inmate that is presented without adequate and proper documentation. Again, the major and associated implication of the Correctional Service Act is the fact that people are now going into correctional centers for reform. So reform is the word as against punishment. And within the context of reform, for example, we have now developed skills acquisition centers. We have started and commenced the development of skill acquisition centers. For example, in Kefi, they have a very good and indeed fitted skills acquisition center, and they are producing product. Mr. President has taken the opportunity to put in place the Presidential Committee for Reform and Decongestion of Correctional Centers. Within a shortest practicable time, on zero budget basis, that committee has succeeded in setting free over 4,000 prison inmates. Shortly before, they have succeeded in visiting 16 states across the nation, and eventually succeeded in acquitting over around 4,000 inmates within the period, shortly before the COVID-19 pandemic set in. And as you rightly know as well, after the unfortunate incidents of COVID-19, the Presidential Committee, working with the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Interior and Nigerian Correctional Service for formation across the state, have equally succeeded in securing the release of around 2,900 people.
That event, was it not a duplication of the functions of the Presidential Committee?
Well, it is. It cannot be adjudged as a clear case of duplication, because a necessity that calls for the lockdown, international lockdown, has indeed necessitated a revisitation or perhaps doubling of efforts for the purpose of ensuring that the correctional service centers across the nation are indeed catered for, addressed, so as at the end of the day, they will not run into the trouble of affliction and infection arising from the COVID-19. So it is a special case that calls for special measures, and it is indeed not a duplication per se, but a measure of necessity arising from the need to to assist the correctional service centers in ensuring decongestion of correctional service centers across the nation, so as to ensure at the end of the day that we reduce to the minimum the possibility of affection and affliction of the correctional service centers inmates.
How have the states been responding so far?
Well, in fairness to the states, even before the unfortunate incidents of COVID-19, they have been very supportive and cooperative.
You know, the courts are always fast and evolving in terms of issues that come before them. Before you go on air with one issue, a possible area of dispute may have been resolved. But then we still want to make sure that we get you in touch with what the courts are doing and some of the issues and some of the cases that are coming up in court. So on this edition, we are introducing a segment called From the Courts. Let's have our first edition, as introduced by Austin Ayebe.
The judiciary has been busy as usual with adjudication of cases at the lower and appellate court this week. One of the cases that came up at the Federal High Court, presided over by Justice Inyang Ekwo, was between the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) versus former governor of Abia State, Senator Orji Uzor Kalu. The former governor was to be rearraigned in an alleged 7.1 billion naira laundering charges, but had to be put on hold pending the resolution of the legality of the retrial. Justice Ekwo, ruling an ex parte application by Kalu, granted him leave to challenge the legality of the retrial over same charges. Justice Ekwo said the Senate Chief Whip has placed sufficient materials of value before the court to enable him secure permission for judicial review of his trial in charges he had been tried, convicted and sentenced, where he spent some months at the Kuje Correctional Center in Abuja. The judge, in addition, granted him permission to apply for order of perpetual injunction against the federal government through the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to prohibit his retrial to avoid him suffering double jeopardy. He consequently gave Orji Uzor Kalu 7 days within which to file and serve the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission all processes he intends to use to challenge the legality of the retrial. The matter comes up on the 23rd of February for mention. Another case of money laundering and criminal diversion of funds to the tune of 702 million naira against the former senior special assistant to President Goodluck Jonathan, Doyin Okukpe, also came up for hearing before Justice Ijeoma Ojukwu of the Federal High Court, Abuja. The defense called the fourth witness, Bamidele Salam, who told the court that Okukpe does not have a personal house in Abuja. The witness, who was the head of the media to Okukpe, also said he neither laundered any money on Okukpe's behalf, nor was he aware that his boss engaged in any money laundering acts at the time of working with him. The witness told the court that Okukpe paid for all services, including television programs, using the money he got from the then office of the National Security Advisor to the president, headed by retired Colonel Sambo Dasuki, as no fewer than 30 people worked under Okukpe at the time. Justice Ojukwu, after the cross-examination, fixed April 26th and 27th for continuation of trial. Okukpe is the first defendant, Value Trust Investment Limited second, and Abraham Telecoms Limited third in the suit. Also before Justice Inyang Eko of the Federal High Court on the 9th of February was the case between the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission versus former Minister of Aviation Stella Odua for alleged financial impropriety totaling more than 9.4 billion naira. The former minister was to be arraigned on Tuesday but had to be adjourned to 22nd of February because she was not served with the court processes. Odua, who is currently representing Anambra North Senatorial District at the National Assembly, is facing the fraud charge alongside 8 others. Counsel to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Hassan Liman, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, told the court that the former minister had not been served with the court processes. He therefore prayed for an adjournment to enable the anti-graft agency serve the lawmaker. Justice Eko held that it is the duty of the prosecution to produce defendants in court. He then adjourned the matter to 22nd February for the defendants to take their plea. The anti-graft agency is alleging that Odua misappropriated public funds while serving as minister. Another news from the court within the week is the order of the Federal High Court to the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to unfreeze the accounts of 20 individuals linked to the NSAS protest. Justice Ahmed Mohammed issued the order unfreezing the accounts after the legal teams of both the CBN and the defendants decided to end the case. The Central Bank of Nigeria had in October 2020 freeze accounts of 20 NSAS protesters.
Yes, we're going to continue to have that segment on the scale. It will help us do an update of various happenings that are coming up in the various courts across the country. Thank you for being part of this edition of The Scale. We certainly will be coming up with more issues that help improve justice dispensation in Nigeria and our approach to the law and the rule of law generally. We will see you again in coming days.
my hands with you. Come on, I will show you what to do. Wash your hands in clean water. Wash your hands, wet them with the water. Wash your hands, now add some soap. Scrub your hands in the soap and water. Scrub above and below between the fingers too. Scrub under your nails and scrub-a-dub-a-doo. Rinse your hands in water. Rinse them clean, rinse away the soap. Dry your hands and go.
Achille, why do we wash our hands?
To wash away the germs.
Achille, what are germs?
They're like tiny little bugs on your hands and they can make you sick.
But I don't see any germs on my hand.
That's because they're so tiny that you can't even see them.
Oh wow! I want to wash the germs away. Will you wash your hands with me, Achille?
Of course! Wash your hands in clean water. Wash your hands, wet them with the water. Wash your hands, now add some soap. Scrub your hands in the soap and water. Scrub above and below between the fingers too. Scrub under your nails and scrub-a-dub-a-doo. Rinse your hands in water. Rinse them clean, rinse away the soap. Dry your hands and go. Great job, Haruma! Can you tell me the 4 things we did to wash our hands?
I can try.
1.
Wash our hands with water.
2.
Put soap on our hands.
3.
Scrub our hands all over.
4.
Rinse our hands clean with water.
That's right! You got it! Wash your hands, wash the germs away.
Newly appointed ambassadors tasked on showing Nigerians dignity, respect, and promptness.
President Buhari writes Senate seeks confirmation of new EFCC chairman.
House of Representatives urges thorough investigation of violence in Shasha, Oyo State.
And on Good Morning Nigeria today, we shall continue with our conversation on Dowsing ethnic tension in Nigeria.
The current ethnic tension in Nigeria is taking alarming dimensions. The latest, which occurred in Shasha, Ibadan, in the Oyo State capital, has dominated national discourse and is part of what informed our focus on dousing ethnic tensions in the country.
Today, we'll continue with the conversation which began yesterday, Monday. And during the first stanza, we had inputs from several guests with diverse backgrounds and experiences. Now, the former Deputy Governor of Abia State, Chris Akumas, observed that the tensions were an attack on the country's food security, adding that perpetrators were deliberately exploiting the country's fault lines.
Akumas also explained that ethnicity is not being transmitted to the younger generation in love, and the National Orientation Agency must disabuse the minds of the youth against divisive tendencies, recalling that leaders of the First Republic bequeathed a legacy to the country because they loved Nigeria, and perpetrators of criminality must face the consequences.
The Vice Chancellor of Federal University Kashire in Gombe State, that's Professor Omar Pate, described the current tension as a systematic attempt to ultimately destroy the country. He added that language was being weaponized while issues were politicized by persons who had earlier benefited from Nigeria.
Professor Pate blames the elite for the current crisis and expressed worry over the fact that 60 years into her existence, Nigeria is still focused on issues of identity, national unity, and integration, rather than fine-tuning policies. He says the multicultural, multi-religious, and plural and diverse nature of the country must be understood by all, and the elite must provide the required vision and leadership to help remove current psychological barriers while strengthening institutions.
Now, the Executive Director of Ubuntu Center for African Peace Building and Development, Professor Oshita, also joined us in the conversation. He said that Nigerians were becoming emotionally distanced from one another, leading to distrust. He expressed concern over the current level of tension of the country, which he said the country had not experienced since the Civil War.
Professor Oshita also said the internet, which should be a tool for national unity and development, is being used to fuel distrust. He believes that there's needs to pay attention to expectations of all segments of the society, insisting that there is need for national dialogue to discourage agenda setting on the sidelines.
Malam Muhammad Ali, a security expert and a former member of the Kaduna State House of Assembly, said that leaders from across the divide needed to speak to their followers on the need to live together. And he said also that people preaching hate do not mean well for the country. Today, of course, we'll continue the conversation as we are indicated with another set of guests. Thank you for joining us. It's Good Morning Nigeria, and I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
I am Kirian Umayo, welcoming you to the program. We are reaching you live on the network service of the NTA. And as usual, we have complimentary segments, which will include newspaper review, business news, and others. For now, let's join Musbao Danrahab for morning news. Good morning, Musbao.
Very good morning, Kirian and Kingsley. Welcome to the news. The newly appointed ambassadors, consuls general, and charge of the affairs of the country are being tasked to attend to all Nigerians that come their way with utmost dignity, respect, and promptness. Declaring open an induction as well as orientation exercise for the new appointees, President Muhammadu Buhari said that must at all times provide necessary assistance to those in need with courtesy, commitment, and efficiency.
Conduct and ability to multitask must be exemplary. Humility and firmness are attributes that can earn you and your country respect and recognition. These attributes must remain with every one of you in the fulfillment of your duties.
Meanwhile, Nigeria's principal envoys are also expected to prioritize more engagements of foreign partners in all diplomatic platforms to attract huge foreign direct investments. At this time, Nigeria is diversifying the economy and changing the global perception about the country. These are some new tasks for Nigeria's ambassadors designate.
The result of the Buhari doctrine is that Nigeria is on good terms with every country in the world, no exception. So this fact alone will make your jobs as envoys of Mr. President much easier.
And President Muhammadu Buhari has pledged that the federal government will support more massive investments in Lagos State towards boosting its economic potential as one of the world's fastest growing mega cities. The president made the pledge in a video goodwill message to the Ehingbeti Lagos Summit.
Lagos must therefore be very clearly seen as part of the challenges of Nigeria, and the federal government will support Lagos to overcome the challenges and to thrive socially and economically.
From the National Assembly, the Senate has received executive communication from President Muhammadu Buhari requesting the confirmation of the appointment of Abdurrashid Bawa as Chairman of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC.
Of Abdurrashid Bawa as Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The curricula vitae of the nominee is attached herewith.
The Speaker, House of Representatives, has urged the police to ensure speedy and thorough investigation on the recent violence in Shasha area of Oyo State. It said this is to enable prosecution and punishment of those who instigated and participated in the mayhem.
That we have a greater responsibility to keep the peace in our country, and to do that, we must first commit ourselves to the cause of equal justice and fair treatment for all. Only then can we wage peace with resolve, secure in the knowledge that with peace, a more prosperous union is within reach.
Meanwhile, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde and 4 of his counterparts from northern states have visited Shasha markets for an on-the-spot assessment. The 4 northern governors who were with Governor Makinde to see the level of damage of the affected Shasha market area are Abubakar Bagudu of Kebbi State, Abdullahi Umar Anduje of Kano State, Abubakar Bello of Niger, and Bello Matawali of Zamfara State.
And we appreciate what the governor has done so far, and community leaders, youth groups, and security agencies. It's important to know that the streets of Ibadan are calm. There are no people chasing each other, and people are supporting each other to resume normalcy.
Now, there is a warning that all those using their resources and influence to fan the embers of disunity and destabilization in the country will be fished out and appropriately dealt with before the tenure of the present administration runs out. President Muhammadu Buhari, who gave this assurance while granting audience to the Borno and Yobe State Elders Forum, described recent happenings in Nigeria's southwest and other parts of the country as unfortunate and condemnable.
Those who feel that they don't need Nigeria will succeed over their intentions and their actions. We need this country. We will continue to work for its stability, and may God continue to help us.
And our update on COVID-19 has 1,368 new COVID-19 infections have been recorded in Nigeria in the last 24 hours, bringing the country's total confirmed cases to 148,246. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, says the new infections were found in 27 states and the FCT. Anambra recorded the highest with 344 cases. Oyo 172, FCT 148, Benue 107, Rivers 95, Ogun 59, Ondo 56, Ebonyi 53, Kaduna 52, Plateau 46, Kwara 36, while Enugu has 30 new cases. Akwa Ibom recorded 26 new COVID-19 cases, Osun 22, Edo 20, Abia 17, Kano 16, Borno 15, Delta and Gombe State recorded 8 new cases each, Imo 7, Ekiti 5, Sokoto 4, while Jigawa, Bayelsa, Nasarawa and Zamfara states recorded 3 new cases each. So far, 124,483 cases have been discharged, while the death toll is now 1,777. And that concludes the morning news and Good Morning Nigeria. The program will continue in just a moment with Kirian and Kinsley.
My dear party members, there comes a time when all good people must not only speak, but rise up and get involved in the task of improving their society. The need has never been greater than now for all Nigerians to actively contribute to the all-important task of nation building by bringing about good leadership and governance. For most citizens, their greatest weapon is their vote. Register now for your party and register when the time comes for elections. Political parties are the main vehicles under our laws through which citizens can participate in the ideals and practices of our democracy. As we have seen happening around the world, good citizens join political parties and use them to bring about the changes they desire. I am therefore endorsing the nationwide membership registration and the revalidation exercise embarked upon by our party, the All Progressive Congress. I call on patriotic Nigerians to come out during the exercise, which starts on the 26th of January, and avail themselves of the opportunity to join the APC. Thank you, and may God bless our country.
In my house, we may look alike, but we are very different individuals. My adorable twins, they look so alike, but they don't like wearing the same things. And my little man, I had to find out the hard way because I've been trying to teach him my way. He loves to learn his own way because doing things his way is more fulfilling. Everybody believes their way is best. That's why Golden Penny Pasta is our favorite meal because due to its non-stickiness, it allows me to satisfy everybody just the way they want it.
Golden Penny Pasta, made with durum wheat, is tasty, nutritious, a source of protein and fiber, and non-sticky. So you can cook, serve, and eat your pasta just the way you like it. Go on and enjoy your Golden Penny Pasta the way you want it. With Golden Penny Pasta, your way is best.
Hello, I bring you wonderful news. The village headmaster is coming back to your screen. Mo wire abi mi o wire.
Teacher no wo, a fẹ́ lọ wá nǹkan jẹ. Teacher no wo, a fẹ́ lọ wá nǹkan jẹ. Ọmọ onírẹsì ti dé.
Ajebo na better school for Las Gidi. Not be all this on a rugged yes school for Ijabi. I don't know for you.
Second, it's called Oja Village. Kadesi. We know happy at all.
And I know that even you too, you are getting a lot of orders. We are trying, shall sweep her leg out. She was standing there. Sweep it.
I love you so much.
And how did I give you the impression that I was interested in that position?
50-year anniversary.
You mean anniversary?
I talk with that now.
Not for me. Not for me because of my meal.
After sharing the spoils in their last meeting, Southampton will be looking to secure all 3 points when they welcome the Blues to St Mary's. This Saturday, it's Southampton versus Chelsea on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 1:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Axis Bank, Babai Jebu, Lipton, and Close Up in association with Gold.com.
All right, you're watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of NTA. Now we're talking business. Industry players ask for renewed strategy to boost trade as Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala puts vaccine supplies at top of her agenda. This and more on Business News with Comfort Amodu.
The emergence of Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as DG WTO is still eliciting reactions from industry players calling for a renewed strategy as the new DG puts vaccines supplies at top of her in-trail.
Dynamic towards essential, discovery of those niche products that can market Nigeria the more.
We have to walk through to develop our national capacity. When we develop our national capacity, we can trade more.
Latest figures from the National Bureau of Statistics indicate that the Consumer Price Index, which measures inflation, increased by 16.47% year-on-year in January 2021. On month-on-month basis, the headline index increased by 1.49% in January 2021 and 0.12 percentage points lower than the rates recorded in December 2020. Urban inflation rate increased by 17.03% year-on-year, and in January 2021 from 16.33% recorded in December last year, while the rural inflation rate increased by 15.92% in January 2021 from 15.20% in December 2020. The US dollar was pinned down on Tuesday as vaccine optimism boosted the British pound to an almost 3-year high, just as Asia-Pacific stocks rises and mainland China markets remain closed for Lunar Year holiday.
Thank you, Comfort Amodu, for the business package. Coming up now is Newspaper Review.
And here we have Bayo to be our reviewer. Bayo, it's good to see you. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Kinsley. Good morning, Nigeria.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's begin by taking a look at the window page of the Nation newspaper. From above, the name flag says, Bawa's choice for EFCC chair breaks 18-year tradition. Fear kills back over price hike speculation. According to the NNPC, pump price remains the same. Nigerians living in fear, says Abdul Salami, that's former military head of state. Service chiefs hold the ace. That's the right to that headline. And below the nameplate says inflation is 16.47%, says NBS. Federal government spends 50 billion naira monthly to subsidize electricity. The lead story says North governors rule out ethnicity in Ibadan mayhem, with the rider market leadership tussle behind conflict. And then you have an excerpt there from the story. It says, to those outside Ibadan, particularly the northern states, a regrettable spontaneous incident happened, but it is not a tribal conflict. The different communities in Oyo are working and holding each other's hands to sort things out. Promoters of violence will be punished, says Buhari. The president meets Borno and Yobe leaders in Abuja. And right at the foot of the front page, bandits killed 10, kidnapped 24 in Niger. Daniel, Hejerika, and 2 reps join APC. That's on page 3. Carry on.
Okay, now to the Daily Trust newspaper. Daily Trust newspaper. 2023, that's the kicker. PDP leaders meet Jonathan as Wenga Daniel, Hejerika join APC. That's on page 38. Prices of food highest in 12 years. It's on page 12. And then Shasa crisis. Some call it Shasa or Sasha. The way it's spelled here is Shasa.
Shasa.
Shasa crisis. Kano gives 18.5 million naira to 185 indigents. That's on page 4. That rising tension. Abu Salami asks governors to resolve differences, take responsibility, with forwarders reach influential people behind current crisis, according to Buhari. Shasa clashes, not tribal war. Governors. Arms proliferation behind Nigeria's security challenges, as they come to the Senate. Reps to liaise with NGF to address insecurity. All that on page 5. Now, below the photograph here, we have issues as Buhari appoints Bawa EFCC chairman. Federal government spends 50 billion naira monthly on electricity subsidy. That's according to the minister. It's on page 22. Investigate budgets. Daily Trust Foundation chair tells media. It's on page 4. Court remands teen housewife over murder of hobbyist fiancé. That's on page 29. Yeah, let's begin by it now.
Thank you, Kiren. Let's start with the pronouncement by former head of state General Abubakar. He has warned that growing tension in the wake of ethnic crisis could lead to a point of no return. He spoke at Mina, appealing to citizens to remain resilient and patient. The former leader, who is an advocate of peace, said, our citizens who have borne so much pain and suffering, thousands are homeless or refugees, what farmers have faced will make harvest a serious challenge. He therefore made appeals to citizens. He says he enjoins all to rally together to make the requisite sacrifices, remain vigilant, and stand by one another. To governors, he said, tone down your rhetoric and take full responsibility and manage divergent voices and frustrations in your domain. And to the service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police, he says, rise to the urgent demand of best strategy to curb the tragic war seeking to overwhelm the foundation of our dear country. He says, we are in a state of fear and anxiety, but the last thing we need is for the enemy to exploit any sense of lack of unity in our parts and break our ranks. General Abusalam Abubakar is the convener of the National Peace Committee. And across in Ogun State governor hosted a meeting in Abeokuta to look for lasting solutions for coexistence between farmers and herders. He was joined by governor of Ondo State as well as governors of Niger, Kebbi, Zamfara, and Kano, who were earlier on in the Oyo State capital, Ibadan. Governor Dapo Abiodun lamented that people who had coexisted peacefully for years are suddenly at each other's throats on account of sources of livelihood. He says, in coexisting in the past, farmers and herders always found joint solutions to their mutual challenges, and the frictions were sorted out. other governors who spoke there, all the other governors took turn and spoke. But Governor Ganduje of Kano said herding cattle from north to south must stop and change to commercial herding. The days of traditional herding are gone. He said economic issues are turning to become tribal and religious issues. That won't solve the problem. Federal government should assist to graduate into modern animal husbandry. Earlier, the Onimeko of Imeko said, we have been living with some Fulani group in peace. Oba Benjamin Onite said, there is now infiltration. A lot of arms and ammunition have been brought into Imeko Forest Reserve. He called on the government to take over the 600 square meter reserve and put it to use to avoid abuses. Meanwhile, the Senate yesterday considered an amendment to the Firearms Act of 2004 to impose stiffer penalty for anyone who possesses illegal firearms. The bill was passed by the 8th National Assembly but was not assented to. It is now sponsored by Senator Ubasani. It is proposing stiffer penalty to provide for and also provide for destruction of firearms imported illegally and in the possession of individuals. The Senate President Ahmed Lawan lended voice to it by saying that the situation in the nation could be much better if proliferation of illegal firearms are adequately curtailed. He called for the engagement of the executive to resolve all the bottlenecks that saw to the law not being assented in the past. And he emphasized no compromise on stiff penalty for anyone caught with illegal firearms.
Bayo, just before you continue, I know you have one or two other stories to talk about. There is a story here on the front page of the Nation newspaper. It's above the name flag. The story says in the headline, fuel kills back over price hike speculation. NNPC, pump price remains. Now, this is part of the challenge that sometimes you find with the media. Once crude oil prices began to rise on the international market, you started seeing front page stories that, as oil prices have hit $60 per barrel, we should also expect a hike in the retail price of petrol in Nigeria. I thought that these were fairly settled issues. Unfortunately, to the extent that our 4 refineries are not working, they are not functioning, and we continue to spend money on them, we therefore rely heavily on imports. Once there is an increase in the crude oil price on the international market, it will impact the domestic retail price. And I think that's part of the whole idea of the regulation. But the speculation had been on and on and on, not taking into account that we ordinarily have a stock for some days. If you recall, we discussed this like a week or 2 ago, to say, is it that you have a hike in the crude price on the international market today, and then tomorrow retail price will go up? If you are going to import, it will take you a while to place your orders on the refineries. It will take you a while to freight them in. It will take you a while to also discharge, at Atlas Cove or wherever you are discharging. Another while for you to for the petrol or whatever to get to the depots.
But I think the newspaper publications were actually quoting certain authorities, in the oil sector, during that period.
No, they were not.
They were purely speculating.
They were not.
They are just speculating that because there has been an increase in the oil price in the world market, there should be a concomitant new price. Which is normal, because by removing subsidy, it means that the petrol pump price will reflect the world price. But when the NNPC and the other authorities say that the prices have remained the same, there have not been any increase. Giving prominence to this speculation tends to create anxiety and tension and panic in
what to follow.
But one other way of addressing this issue of fear of petrol crisis is the disparity between production cost and the world price market. The NNPC has been making efforts to bring the production cost for oil from $30 to about $10. If they succeed in doing that, it will go a long way. But presently, if you give petrol to NNPC that is exploited in Nigeria at $30 at production cost, you give it to NNPC at $60 at the world price market, it means Nigerians are paying for the margin that is between production cost and that profit margin cost. So unless we do something about that, that thing will continue. The other danger, a corollary to that, is the danger that if we sell our oil at a lesser price than the world market, then the neighboring countries who have been exploiting and from which smuggling of petrol have been going across the border will still continue. So it's a catch-22 situation.
Yes,
it requires serious balancing to eliminate.
To address this very seriously, we have to bring back the 4 refineries in this country and make them functional. And as soon as that is done, I think a part of this problem would have been solved.
That's right, Kieran. I agree with you. But in the meantime, what needs to be done is the responsibility of the DPR. If there has been no price adjustment through the PPR mechanism and stations are shutting down their pumps and are not dispensing or are not selling, the DPR should go make example of a few persons and everybody will sit up. The other issue, Kieran and Bayo, relates to this talk we've been having about herdsmen, cattle, open grazing, and so on and so forth. Sometimes, we generate a lot of hot air, and then the real solutions, we abandon them. The point had earlier been raised at some time in the past. Look, cattle herding is a business, and by the way, are the herdsmen or herdswomen the owners of the cattle that they are herding? What is the real value? When you look at the herd of cattle, what is the value in that cattle? Where are the owners of this livestock? I mean, you couldn't imagine, for instance, if you look at the profile of the herdsmen, it could be their occupation. But are they the owners of the business? So on the one hand, you will say, look, where are the owners of the business? Why don't you want to invest in ranching? And then, Kieran, just a minute, let me just also add this one that you can come in, I'm sorry. And then, FRS says they are looking for more revenue. What taxes are coming from livestock?
The truth is that the herders themselves are not the owners of the cattle in the first instance. And I had a vision to accost one of the cattle owners, and he also made me to understand that even the herders sometimes are very stubborn. They believe in movement. They believe in movement, that it will take a while to convince them that ranching is the way to go. So that's part of it. And he was telling me that in the past 8 months, he has not even seen his cattle. That the last call he had was that they're somewhere in Oyo State. Right, and he was expressing surprise that all the efforts made, to make them understand that there is reason for us to now change the course of the way we do the business has not been able to be hacked by these herders.
Cattle herding is a way of life. In the East Africa, among the Maasai, when they attempt to do what we are trying to do now, to win them from the nomadic life, they were resistance. They introduced ranching. Some accepted the ranching, others refused. But along the line, when they saw the positiveness in the ranching, many of them gradually moved over to. So we have to start here. Unfortunately here, the idea of ranching was proposed. While it was being embraced, some of the proponents of ranching now turn around to say there's no land for anybody who is going to ranch. So this is causing the problem. And another argument is that the cattle herding is a private business. What is the business of government about cattle herding? But it is causing problem in the nation, and something has to be done about it.
Ayo, thank you very much for your perspective. If you were to use the agency principle in law, you would say that the herdsmen are agents. Where are their principals?
Exactly.
We're just talking, everybody's just talking, hey, these are herdsmen. Where are their principals?
And the principals, they have something to do about it. If they take a stand on what should be done, the herders will obey.
Precisely.
They will obey.
And Niger State has shown an example. We had the SSG of Niger join us on the conversation sometime last week. I don't know, Kira, you and I were on set. And he said what Niger State is doing in terms of, if you like, the rudimentary stages of large-scale ranching. And it's beginning to pay off. But where are the owners of the livestock?
There's another issue here now raised by Sheikh Ahmed Gumi, and he is saying that the federal government should consider amnesty for bandits because, according to him, banditry is similar to militancy that was operating in the Niger Delta. He says that, in fact, it was the militants who introduced the element of kidnapping by arresting expatriates and oil workers. And the bandits have now learned from them. If, therefore, there was amnesty for militants, there should also be amnesty for bandits. And he's saying
that the bandits willing to down to down their arms and ammunition they have been acquiring over time. Are they prepared to do that? That's very important. We recall what happened in Zamfara.
Yes.
There was such negotiation. Yes. Right. What happened?
In Zamfara's case, those who accepted the amnesty were part of it. Those who refused, the governor says, those who refuse will face the wrath of the law. They are waging war against them. But Sheikh Gume is saying that if you look at them, 10% of the headers are not criminals. They are living, rather, it's the reverse. Those who are criminals are just about 10%. 90% of them have nothing to do with criminality, but they will have to take up arms to defend their cattle from being rustled. And that is why you have the proliferation of arms.
Well, these are issues that we'll continue to address, but it's not auguring
for the nation, especially in the southern part of the country, who are now started seeing cattle herders with AK-47, and you see, in that circumstance, people are not safe in those areas. And that's why you have all this tension here and there.
And that's part of the reason why Governor Otomba Benue was saying that, look, let private individuals, farmers or whoever, also bear AK-47, so that it becomes a case of march. That is to say, mutual assured destruction.
Exactly. In some communities, some people are coming up. Militants are growing. Militancy is growing in some communities.
As leaders, I think we should find a solution to the problem, rather than saying everybody should pick up arms and then we start shooting one another.
All right. Bye, Otoyobi. It's always a delight having you today.
Thank you.
I know you probably didn't have time to watch football matches last night, but of course, for those who are real lovers of soccer, you would have seen how PSG made a barbecue of Barcelona.
Yes, they were
4 goals to 1 at home. Lovely Mbappe.
That's the kind of football I enjoy.
In fact, it was a big blow against the almighty Barcelona.
Big time. Yeah. Bye, we'll see you again tomorrow. It's Good Morning Nigeria, live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. We're taking a short break now. When we return, we're getting ahead with part 2 of our conversation on Dowsing ethnic tensions in Nigeria.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together. Nigerian youths are about the greatest assets the country has at the moment. It is therefore not surprising that the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari is strategically responding to the yearnings of the youth through multiple projects and programs. Youth Entrepreneurship Support Years by Bank of Industry, the Youth Investment Fund by the CBN, and several other conditional cash transfer programs. Recruitment of 774,000 social workers, majority of whom are youths, and so many other projects that are beneficial to youths directly or indirectly. If the administration can do all this, definitely with a degree of patience and time, it can achieve more. Nigerian youths must come together to say no to terrorism, no to vandalism, and no to all disruptive tendencies. Hashtag Youth for Greater Nigeria. Pacifying the youths, unifying the nation.
These days, people get their news and information from more media sources than ever before. Some of the news and information given are fake, unverified, doctored, and manufactured to create confusion, stir disaffection, and cause disunity. Before you believe or share any news, ask yourself, is this real? Is it from a credible source? Is it verified or verifiable? Fake news is dangerous, whether you do it for fun or for political gains. Real people can get hurt. Fake news, don't create it, don't spread it.
This is a public service announcement from NTA.
The second wave of the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic is upon us.
To safeguard lives of our people, government has signed the health protection regulations, which makes wearing a face mask mandatory in public places.
Wear a mask. Keep social and physical distancing. Avoid crowded places. Wash your hands regularly with soap and clean water. And use hand sanitizer.
COVID-19 is real. Do not be infected. Do not spread it. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
After sharing the spoils in their last meeting, Southampton will be looking to secure all 3 points when they welcome the Blues to St. Mary's. This Saturday, it's Southampton versus Chelsea on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 1:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Axis Bank, Babai Jebu, Lipton, and Close Up in association with Go.com.
Well, thank you for staying with us up to this moment on Good Morning Nigeria. And now to set the tone for our second conversation on dowsing ethnic tension in Nigeria, let's listen to experts and excerpts from, of course, our first discussion as packaged by Kunle Adeye.
Go to school together, play together, from various ethnic groups, from various religious backgrounds. I believe there is something going on, and I hope that our security experts and all those that have been watching the event, I've been thinking about this.
You have people that have benefited from the collective unity of Nigeria in the past. They now come out openly, confidently, and boldly in newspapers or on the social media or even on some of our regular radio and television stations and say things that are bare lies, that are incorrect, and also say things about ethnic groups that do not have facts on. And by the time you have a dangerous combination of some of these things, you have legitimacy coming from elders, you have a combination of the social media spreading information, you have populism politics, where politics of substance is not given attention. Rather, we go to mundane issues.
Permit me to say, building peace through religious and ethnic harmony is one of the most important projects of this moment. Leaders from all across the divide need to come together and speak to their respective followership in order to embrace one another with a view to living together in peace and in harmony, regardless of the differences in ethnicity and diversity.
We cannot move forward if we don't clean up the mess that happens. Architects of violence, architects of violent conflict are not sanctioned in this country. Once they do whatever they do, soon they will be let free. Nothing happens to them. So in that sense, violence has become a business.
All right, and here we have in our studio in Abuja, joining us. First, we'd like to introduce Munzali Jibrin, former Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission, and of course, Pro-Chancellor, Federal University, Lafayette, and Chairman, Federal Government Negotiation Team. So you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
And also here in Abuja is Biodu Adeni, Associate Professor of Mass Communication, Bayes University. It's good to have you this morning. From our Enugu Network Center, we have Joy Ezilo. Joy Ezilo is Professor of Public Law, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Madam, it's nice to have you here with us today this morning.
And good morning, Nigerians.
All right, and of course, from Maiduguri, we have Garba Abari. Garba Abari is the Director General of the National Orientation Agency. Sir, good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning, Kerian. Good morning, Nigeria.
All right, pleasure to have you all with us, Kirian. Yeah. Just to streamline the designations, Munzali Jibril is a professor Biodun Adeniyi has also moved upstairs, is now a full professor.
And no longer associate.
Yeah, no longer associate. And Joy Ezilo, of course, who's joining us from our Enugu Network Center, is of the Faculty of Law at the University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. Kirian, of course, I know we are a chief from Enugu, and your people will be very delighted to hear that, we have a campus. I say we have a campus at Enugu. All right. Of course, Gaba Abari, Doctor, is Director General, National Orientation Agency from our Maiduguri Network Center. Well, yesterday we started this conversation on dowsing ethnic tensions in the country. We just would like to have your own perspectives on what you consider to be the fundamental drivers of tension in the country along our usual fault lines, namely ethnicity and religion, despite what we see every day. People from different ethnic backgrounds go to the same market, live on the same premises. When the Super Eagles or other of our national teams are playing, nobody remembers who or where she comes from. But a little spark often causes a conflagration. A Muslim gets into conflict with a Christian, and then the entire place is set ablaze. A northerner gets into conflict with a southerner, and the entire place sets ablaze. What, in your view, before we get into what needs to be done, are those fundamental drivers of the play on our usual fault lines? Let's begin with Professor Muzale Jibril.
Thank you very much. Well, it would appear to me that poverty and the economic challenges that people are facing would be considered as one of the major triggers for these ethnic tensions. Also, I think politics may not be exempted because as people prepare for the next election, there is a lot of impatience for that time to come so that power may change hands. And that could be an underlying trigger as well. But the most disappointing factor for me is you see people who are supposed to be educated and supposed to understand what a nation state entails. When we say we are all citizens of one nation state, it is taken for granted that we have the right as citizens to live and work wherever we want without any let or hindrance. When you see glorified thugs giving quick notice to individuals, communities, and families to leave their so-called area, that negates the concept of nationhood. Because if you are a citizen, you should have the right to live. Of course, if you are a criminal, the law should deal with you, whatever your ethnicity, whatever your status. But it is not for an individual to take it upon himself to give you a quick notice. And then you see there is complicity on the part of the whole community because nobody challenges this individual, and it is as if everybody is complicit. This is wrong. People should remember that we are so interwoven and so interrelated that an action in one part will trigger a reaction in another part. And in the end, what is the outcome? Is that what we want? We want to live as a peaceful nation. We want development. We cannot have that if we keep stoking ethnic tensions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's bring in Professor Joy Ezilo in Enugu Center. Madam, what are other causative factors, do you think that is triggering, ethnic tension in Nigeria?
Thank you so much. I think we're a constitutional democracy. That's not in doubt. And our constitution, that is the supreme law of the land, the grand norm, is very clear about the foundation and those foundational principles for consolidating peace and ensuring that we are united as one indivisible and indissoluble Nigeria. And those fundamental principles are principles of freedom, equality, and justice. And in that will come the issue of rule of law and its lack of observance of rule of law, including holding people to account for breaches, including constitutional breaches of the Constitution. And that is the major problem, because there is lack of accountability. The Constitution have very important principles starting from preamble to section 42 and section 14. So we are mindful that as a nation, we are made up of subnationalities that make up the nation state Nigeria. And for those subnationalities to remain united and to live in peace and harmony, that those fundamental principles of the Constitution must be observed, whether in composition of government, whether in running of government. That's why I think I will always squarely put the blame on leadership. And by leadership, I want to be very clear. It is leadership at all levels of government and involving all arms of government. It's not enough to say federal government, even though I know they can drive it and ensure that the Constitution is effectively implemented, but also at every level. There is so much stereotyping in Nigeria. There is so much hatred. We should love. The love is totally absent. And that's why a simple matter of two individuals will just degenerate quickly to become a religious conflict, and then we'll just pack, and then you will see people losing things, and no one is held accountable. So the hate speeches and those who have decreed and ordered individual, who are they? And it has happened in the past, and there was no accountability, and no one was prosecuted to my knowledge, and no one was punished. And then, so it emboldens others to go on that hate speech. But we need to understand that we are mutually vulnerable if we don't observe the constitution of the land, if we don't pay attention to uniting Nigeria, if we don't pay attention to giving everyone sense of belonging, if we don't deal with the security challenges. The primary purpose and objective of government is security and welfare of all persons. And I want to underline and emphasize all persons, not sectional, not ethnic. It is unacceptable, it is unconstitutional. And that will fall squarely on leadership. And leadership must be responsive and sensitive to the needs of all Nigerians, not one section, not one ethnic group. And that is where equity comes in. And equity, it is an underlying fundamental principles that is a consolidating factor in building peace, in consolidating our democracy, and ensuring that we develop as a nation. Without that, without social justice, because the principles of democracy and social justice are the basic principles upon which our constitution and the nation is founded. And we are seeing in recent years that being completely eroded. And if you continue to erode it, you don't expect that it wouldn't impact. We've always known that ethnicity impacts on our democracy. We will know that we are not one people as such, because it's different people and different ethnic groups that have come together. The political elite have used this or misused this instead of them using our differences as a political resource to build the nation, to unite the nation, and to develop the nation, because we have beautiful people across different ethnic groups. We have excellent people, and we have people who are committed to Nigerian project across ethnic divide. But we are not using them. We have to just make sure that Nigerians, we have to find those people across all ethnic groups and put them in leadership position. They will drive this country to become a country of our dream. It's painful that decades after, we are going back. I just heard on the news yesterday somebody saying if you look at the coup d'etat speech of Nzogu, it's almost like as relevant today as over 50 years ago or 40 years ago. So why are we still doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result? I want us to know that the kind of hate speech, stereotyping in this country, if you're an Igbo, oh Igbos, if you're Yoruba, oh Yorubas, if you're Hausa, oh Hausa, if you're Fulani, oh when? I expect the government to start leading now and start showing that we are one and start showing we are indissoluble nation. Of course, and then also speak to other fundamentals, whether legal, whether structural, and then that will help to program us to really douse this ethnic tension. For me, I think it's very easy. I don't know why our leaders find it difficult. And the one I find most disturbing is the issue of lack of love. You hardly see people, speaking about other ethnic groups, not only with interest, even representing them. We should just start, to love one another and understand that we are mutually vulnerable. Our faith are intertwined, and if you think that the conflict you incite against another group, you don't know when it comes back to you. It will, definitely. So let us really commit ourselves to the Nigerian project. But importantly, let us observe the Constitution. The Constitution and the constitutional provisions are very clear. And we have to go back to that. Let all our readers read the preamble. Let them read Section 14 of the Constitution. Let them read Section 42 that prohibits discrimination on grounds of ethnicity, place of origin, circumstances of birth, sex, religious opinion, political differences. If we have that and it is legally binding, we will not be where we are.
All right. Professor Joy Ezilo, thank you very much there for your opening comments. We'll return to you in the course of the conversation. Now back to Abuja headquarters studios, Professor Abiodun Adeneye. Let's have your own comments on what you think are the fundamental constitutive factors of our seemingly unending ethnic and religious tensions.
All right, thanks a lot for having me this morning. I do believe that there's no society that is absolutely homogeneous, and there's no society as well that is absolutely heterogeneous. It's always one of management and the creativity and the ingenuity that you deploy into the management of diversity. And if you look at Nigeria, for instance, Nigeria shares a commonality with some other African nations in terms of diversity. Togo, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Chad to some extent. But these other nations are also very diverse if you look at their population relative to their ethnicity. There's a commonality among them in terms of economic challenges. Then let's go out of Africa to Canada and United States of America. These are essentially they look phenotypically similar, but they're also diverse countries in terms of there being a conflation of ethnicities as immigrant entities. But of course, you consider the way they have managed their diversity very well, because of their advancement in economics and because of the way they have paid attention to economic development. So there's a relationship, no doubt, between poverty and ignorance, and the inability of systems to manage diversity, leading to crisis and tension, as the case could be. And it leads me to the point that Prof made, that poverty is essential to it, like you said, but apart from poverty, it's also the question of ignorance. But ignorance is even much more fundamental if it is crass ignorance, because crass ignorance gives you this belief, give you a sense of disbelief about civilization, about life, about existence. So you value life less. And because you value life less, you now think that you can also take the life of others, alongside yours, because your life has become relatively insignificant. So crass ignorance is, of course, a function of poverty, but also a function of long years, of annihilation. Long years of being externalized, from the power loop, from the economic loop of the country, of a society, making you look like a downtrodden, or a downtrodden as the case may be. Now, and that's why we see this tension when it comes up is often amongst the downtrodden. Those who are near nihilists, who probably does not have, who are not able to appreciate life. We see it happening, but again, we see them wanting to strike at the elites who should be in a position to educate them, to bring about sensitization, awareness, ramp up communication, and probably make them appreciate life. So education is also central to it. But I'm not going to use the word education. I rather want to stay with understanding, because understanding brings about elevation, elevation of the mind, leading you to begin to appreciate life and to depart from nihilism. So our problem in this country, first is poverty, the second is crass ignorance, and the other variant of it, which is crass ignorance. But how do we deal with it? In the immediate circumstance, what we need is sensitization, the creation of awareness. We need to be pastoral, perhaps like Professor Zelo was saying, about preaching tolerance. But when there's a void in this, it creates, that belief in these people that perpetrate violence, that violence is an art, it's a reason for them to live, because they've been processed into a system of nihilism, consciously or unconsciously, over the years. So our problem can be dealt with. It's not something that is out of the world. Other nations have managed diversity. We need to understand, like I said earlier, there's no homogeneous diversity. There's no complete homogeneous. There's no system that is completely homogeneous, and no system that is completely heterogeneous. It's one of management. And management is founded on tolerance, on the preaching of tolerance, the creation of sensitization, so we can decrease ignorance, and overall, maybe in the future, work on limiting poverty, as the case could be.
All right, thank you. It's time for us to go over to Maiduguri, where we have Dr. Garba Abari. Dr. Abari, you are in the field, considering your portfolio as the DG of the National Orientation Agency. May we have your own reasons, why you think the nation is now facing fear, anxiety, and tension?
Thank you very much. I think that the fact that we're passing through very tenuous moments is something that is clear all about the place. Whether ethnic, whether religious, whether cultural, whether political, the country is passing through very disturbing moments. And this is one of the things that has taken the National Orientation Agency to the field. But I agree with both Professor Biodun and Professor Munzali that the causative factors are mainly poverty, ignorance, and crass ignorance, which has pervaded the land completely over the years. And of course, because we have completely, for 3 decades or more, as a nation, failed to invest in human security, meaning equipping the citizens with empowerment, equipping the citizens with education, equipping the citizens with all those things that are supposed to make for a good life. We are now reaping the benefit of this neglect. But still, coming back to what Professor Belden has said, that the issue is so about lack of education. I think it is lack of education, not understanding. Lack of education not in the literal sense of education of going to school to sit before a teacher and receive instruction. No. Education in the sense of understanding, first and foremost, what if you are a Christian or you are a Muslim, what the basic tenets of the religions that, of any of these 2 religions you profess, actually teaches. Understanding of the fact of connectivity, that if something goes wrong with one, it also will by extension affect you and affect the other person. Over the years, this has actually not been put in place, and cumulatively we are reaping the benefit of this. Unfortunately, there is also the failure in our values. The values of unity that we have always used to know, the values of love for one another. Nigeria has not always been like this. We have not always been like this. I have always, at different forums, said that I belong to a generation of people that of Nigerians that are so proud of this country because it has given me all that a country can give to its citizens. Unfortunately, we are not seeing that. We cannot say the same for our children. Unfortunately, we cannot say the same for our younger brothers. Unfortunately, we cannot say the same for our much younger siblings. And the reason is simple. One, the dynamics have changed. We have massive poverty. We have failure of governance at all levels over the years, cumulatively. You know, at the local government level, for example, where it matters most, you know, what we are seeing is total lack of governance. In fact, if you ask me, all the most ungoverned places in the country are the local governments. And this is where Nigerians live. Majority of Nigerians actually live and they are living. So in addition to that is also the fact that we have an environment that is changing as a result of the internet culture. An environment that is changing as a result of the internet culture and of course the change in our demography. If you look at the kind of hate speeches that populate the Twitter handles of our youth this time, is very, very, very worrisome. You know, propagation of fake news, hate speeches on Twitter, hate speeches on Facebook, hate speeches on Instagram. You know, and the majority of this is coming from our younger people who are always active on these social media handles. It tells you that there is a lot that we need to do at the level of the home, at the level of the school, at the level of the religious bodies, at the levels of traditional rulers, at the level of parents, at the level of our workplaces. All of this, everybody has a responsibility. But one of the ways that by which we will start addressing this issue is to address poverty, and address poverty frontally, instill good governance, ensure that we hold people to account, and whoever breaches the law must be made to face the music. Unfortunately, we have seen failure, institutional failure on the part of all those that are supposed to actually make sure that those who breach the law face commensurate sanctions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garba Barif, there for your opening comments. Let's bring in again Professor Munzali Jibril. Professor Munzali Jibril, I mean, listening to the comments that you guys have made this morning with regard to what you consider to be the causative factors of perennial ethnic and religious tensions, it's clear whether it's the failure of governance, the collapse of institutions, and what Professor Adeni also indicated that, look, oftentimes, you know, the conflicts that you get to see and witness are amongst the downtrodden. Where is the elite class? Elite class.
Yes.
Where are our statesmen? And at another level, you will see what the elite class have also done. Yesterday on the program, there were a number of examples that were cited. You know, former NUC executive secretary. I'm sure you are aware what is happening in universities today, that sometimes for be a head of department, to be a dean, to be a vice chancellor, you must come from the local community. And the idea of university is changed. In some civil service institutions in the country, you may be employed if you are a non-indigent, but there is a glass ceiling beyond which you cannot rise. And on. You can replicate the many examples. And somebody said in the past that ethnicity is often the refuge of political scoundrels, but it would appear to be more so for perhaps a great deal of Nigerian elite class. What are your thoughts?
Yes, well, I agree with you, actually, that the elite should be held responsible because they manipulate the masses. using the fault lines in order to achieve their set objectives. Sometimes they fail to intervene when they should. For example, what is going on now in some parts of the country where people are being given quit notice or being killed, the elite are afraid to intervene because they don't want to be marked as belonging to the other side. So, you know, but apart from that, they actively manipulate these fault lines. I remember the late Yusuf Bala Usman of ABU actually wrote a book on how the elite, Nigerian elite, manipulate the religious and ethnic and other fault lines for their own purposes.
For the liberation of Nigeria.
Yes, that the book is for the liberation of Nigeria, and he goes into great detail to demonstrate how this is done. So ultimately, you see, if a nation succeeds, it is the elite. And if it fails, it is the elite. But the Nigerian elite sometimes acts very, very irresponsibly.
All right, back to Professor Eziolo in our Enugu Network Center. Madam, you've listened to other guests, and including the reasons you gave earlier on that had to do with the constitution of the country that should be obeyed, constitution of the country, which of course touches on all aspects of nationhood. What should the indigenous do or citizens do, to live together despite the diversity that we inherited. Now, there is this issue of ignorance raised, poverty, lack of proper education and understanding of one another as people from different ethnic groups. Now, what can be done to disabuse the minds of many Nigerians, especially the youths, on these divisive tendencies and also some behavioral patterns that tend to tilt towards ethnicity? Now, the issue of elites have been raised briefly, and that goes also to show that elites are making very key contributions to this issue of ethnicity and, of course, religious bias. What are your thoughts?
Thank you very much. I think I will come back to also leadership. I know we need to do a lot of sensitization or conscientization of people, but that should not be in a vacuum, because if a leader embraces other ethnic groups, then also the followers will know that it is the proper thing to do. And all of these are grounded also in the Constitution. I was looking at the economic objective in the Constitution, and it talks about being able to harness the resources of the country in a way that it will promote also. It will take care of the welfare of the people and all Nigerians. And that also our leaders have failed to do. And I wouldn't just say elite. I want us to know that it is political elites and politicians that are making it. Their priorities are totally different from the realities and the priorities of our time. And we have to know that there cannot be injustice to one is injustice to all. And there cannot be this, we cannot minimize or douse this ethnic tension in the manifest face of ethnic discrimination, hate, stereotyping, and lack of accountability for those who promote violence. Violent acts must be punished. Yes, we will have to continue. I think NOA, National Orientation Agencies at all levels, but leaders at all levels, leadership, government, must continue to promote good government. Because if we have good government, part of the causes, I agree about the nexus, but I don't want to place the causation so much on poverty. But then, if it is also part of it, because lack of human security, freedom from fear and want, we know it also fuels hatred, especially when people feel, I belong, I don't belong, I'm almost like a second-class citizen in your own country. Then it also kind of exacerbates that. And I don't think it's just about education, because you can see very educated people who, whatever they put out of their mouth is hatred, It's actually promote violence, and then others listen to them and they are held by their followers. So it's not just about ignorance. Yes, we know that with right education, I would say appropriate education, appropriate sensitization, but above all, leadership by example, that we are one and you're a leader for all, and you're not a leader for a particular section of the country or religion. I think that will give everybody a sense of belonging. But again, we need to deal with the issue of welfare of the people, the security and welfare of the people. That is the primary purpose of the government. Nigerians are feeling the pains all over. And if they are feeling the pains and effect of decades of bad governance, I wouldn't just say it started today or with this government. We've had bad governance, corruption, and that's why, and we're just going in circles. We're still not coming out of it. We are yet to build that democratic culture. We must promote zero tolerance to violence, to ethnic hatred. For those who, whether they are elite, political elite, they must be held accountable. No one is above the law. And that's the message we have to be clear about. And who has the position, who is in position to enforce that? I think it has to be our leaders, and we don't have to dance around this. Because if the leaders are not showing that people, if they think it's all right to do so or to breach the Constitution, if there is absence of rule of law or non-observance of those basic principles of equality, of justice, that equity is so fundamental, of fairness, then and people are not speaking about it. We must condemn injustice at whatever level it happens. And violence, whoever promotes that, whatever ethnic groups, is not acceptable. And I don't think any ethnic group is better than the other in terms of really the love that we need to share, being our each other's neighbor. We have to. The only time that maybe we play football, then we hail Nigeria in sporting activities, and the another time that you see Nigerians are good, if you have accident on the road, everybody comes out, everybody wants to save. But we must treat each other with respect, with dignity. We must stop the stereotyping. Because if you see what our children say these days, you find that some of them are already so biased that this stereotype is run deep into the fabric. And we need to start the deconstruction of that and promoting that love, that we are one nation, that we are one people. But that will require a lot of structuring, including restructuring. Because if you're talking of ethnic, if people don't have a sense of belonging, if there is discrimination on ethnic ground, which is clearly prohibited by discrimination, then people will not be happy. And with that unhappiness and a feeling of not belonging, it will continue to heat up the polity. And that is where the leaders have to come in. And I mean leadership at all levels. Because we need transformational leaders who are responsive and who, importantly, are committed to and bound by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Joy Zulu. Back to Professor Abiodun Adeniyi. Well, the different nomenclatures have been used with leaders, political elite, or the general elite class that you can subdivide into 5 different groups: military, the intelligentsia, the business, and then, of course, the bureaucracy, and then the political elite. But what would be your own take on this? Some persons have argued that part of what we are seeing is things were not always like this. Yeah. We agree, but over the recent decades, there has been an increasing abandonment, what Professor Oshita yesterday referred to as emotional distancing, say from the elite class, that they don't appear to even believe in Nigeria's unity or in Nigeria's existence, except insofar as it is a poaching ground for them to line their pockets in a good number of cases and then take the wealth of the country out. I keep asking the question myself. How many foreigners do you see colluding with their foreign countries for you as a Nigerian to fleece their country and bring the wealth back to Nigeria? But this is what you see at all times. Capital flight from the Nigerian environment. And you're just asking yourself, just what is wrong with us as an elite class? Because if you don't believe in your entity, if your heart is not here, how can you defend it? And therefore, why would you care about ethnic or religious tension? And why wouldn't you even exploit it?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's something I've imagined as the concentric circle of leadership. In that circle, you have an individual who's supposed to be a leader, and his responsibility should start with trying to satisfy the generality of the people first, maybe the family second, and himself last. But we'll find out that in our own situation, it begins from the outer ring, which is the desire to satisfy the self first, the family second, and the society later, the community that engaged in the first instance later. That's the circle, the problem we have, But how did we get to this low? I think it's actually evolutionary, But to get out of it, it could be deliberate or maybe by happenstance. Deliberate in the sense in which we recognize that our problem is leadership, of course, like have been said by sages over the years, Wole Soyinka, Professor Chinua Achebe, and as reiterated largely by Professor Ezelo this morning. We have made a point severally that leadership it is, but how do we move to developing salutary leadership? It could be deliberate. Deliberate in the sense that the populace are now sensitized, realizing that that's a downside, and we now want to remedy it and reflecting it in the electioneering process. But that's very difficult because we see a situation where the leaders or the elites are still able to manipulate the electorate such that our salutary leaders will emerge the same way. So in that regard, we're in a catch-22 situation. So we are left with the other situation, which is the emergence of the kind of leader we desire by happenstance, maybe by accident. And I dare say that we have seen it in the past, in different sectors, in some sections of this country, in agencies where they got there and disrupted processes and procedures and even shock this nation. I keep referring, in my own opinion, to Nuhu Ribadu as the FCC chairman, Nasir Ahmad El-Rufai as the FCT minister, Okonjo-Iweala as Minister of Finance, what's his name, former governor of the Central Bank, Chukwuma Soludo, so what's in the Fashola to some extent as governor of Lagos State. So we see these people emerging by happenstance, but again, there's still much to be done in that area. But how often do we think that such, accidental leaders can emerge? That's the problem. They come, like the angels' visits, few and far between, and that's the bane of our society, but we have to be concerned about it, as a people. But it's just unfortunate that it is these same leaders that we have now that has the responsibility to help us evolve the kind of salutary leadership that we'll need in the future. But it will take time. But hopefully, I will get there. Before before too long.
It is actually becoming extremely, difficult for many Nigerians to understand the reason why leadership has been the bane of our development in this country. We've had, since 1999, run a democratic dispensation without any military interregnum. Therefore, persons would have believed that by now would have learned our lessons, and get things done right. But it's so halting that at this point in time, at this stage of our development as a nation, we're still talking about leadership, we're talking about ethnic tension, religious tension, and what have you. And I want to bring in Dr. Abari once more. Why I keep referring you as the man in the field is because of your head of a national orientation agency. And we have repeatedly here, in fact, the discussions here have repeatedly mentioned the issue of sensitization, education. Now, to what extent, has the NOA, been able to re-educate or reorientate Nigerians on what should be our behavioral pattern that should be a benchmark to see how we can live as a unity, as a diverse, as a nation that has a diverse culture, diverse religious beliefs, and of course a different political affiliation. What is the template of NOA to see how we can bring Nigerians back to the basics? Because if that is not done, we'll keep going around the circle year after year, decade after decade, and we're still talking about ethnicity, we're still talking about religious differences, and of course ethnic tensions here and there.
Very much. Before I respond to what is the NOA template, let me also make a comment on the issue of the emergence of a salutary leadership. First and foremost, we all have to agree with the fact that we have a very dysfunctional political system with a leadership recruitment process which leaves much to be desired. In a constitutional democracy, political parties are supposed to be the drivers of constitutional safeguards, of ensuring the emergence of the kind of leadership that will entrench good governance, that will bring about accountability, that will bring about a leadership with a high sense of integrity and the love for nation. What do we see with the political parties today? Whether ruling party or opposition party or other parties that are out there as appendages of the leading opposition under the lead under the party in power, all of this actually leave much in their conduct, leaves much to be desired in their conduct, because the emergence of leadership under the arrangement that we see today is not from the point of view of competence, of integrity, of the capacity, but of one's own ability to follow the process. And that is why the political space has been allowed to kidnap us. The political space has been allowed to drug peddlers. The political space has been allowed to be populated by those who have pleased the country, either as bureaucrats, either as businessmen, either. And of course, this has become a very big issue which all of us as a people must have to begin to address by asking the relevant question. I particularly will be interested in knowing who is going to be the councillor in my ward. I will be interested in the kind of person that will emerge as the chairman of my local government. I will be interested in the kind of person who will become the governor of the country. I will be interested in knowing who the president will be. And because I have that interest, I will also know actually how the parties are going to present such candidates to emerge. But this is not what is happening. This is not what is happening. And therefore, all of us as citizens are culprits as far as that issue is concerned. We are all culprits. Now, coming back to the issue of the template of the NOA. The NOA has so many templates. One, we have what we call the permanent dialogue mechanism, under which we bring people together, most especially our critical stakeholders and the allies. The media, NTA in particular is one. The media, the civil society organization, religious organizations, religious leaders, traditional rulers, women and the youth group under the local government assembly template. This is the permanent dialogue mechanism, and we talk to people about, especially when elections are about to happen, before elections will happen. Don't sell your vote. Don't anybody who comes to buy your vote, don't sell your vote, because selling your vote will involve selling your right to good governance and to provision of services for the duration of the time before the next election. Then, on the other side, don't buy the votes, meaning that you talk to the politicians. But what do we see? What do we see? Politicians come to buy the votes, and of course citizens are willing to get the votes. And the reason is simple. This transactional relationship between the voter and the the candidate, this transactional relationship between the voter and the candidate is actually made possible possibly because of two things. One, the very little that the voter will get from selling his vote would probably be the only link that he may have between him and the candidate until the next election, because his place is Avangaband. He will never even come to the candidate, near the candidate, or he will never even see the candidate after the elections have been conducted and a leader has emerged. So in this respect, you find that transactional relationship becomes actually the order of the day. And we have been synthesizing. The point here is, it is very difficult, really, unless we are able to get leaders with conscience, leaders that can devote themselves to the
All right, Dr. Abari, we would like to thank you for your comments. There's going to be a follow-up once we return from this short break for you to address much more directly the part of the question that my colleague Kirian posed to you. You're watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Let's take a short break now.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
A new edition of TV Guide is out with special focus on the game changer, His Excellency Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State. Broadcasting in a digital economy, Maxwell Logo gives an insight. This edition also features Nancy Naji of AIT, a name synonymous with business. Meet the NCDC boss, Dr. Chikwe Ihekweazu. TV Guide, your indispensable companion, also x-rays the relevance of social media in the modern society. Meet some TV professionals who have impacted their spaces and other inspiring stories in sports, entertainment, and lots more. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or NTA stations nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
Dialogue, empathy, love, and unity. These are vital components of nation building.
For all to be well, we appeal that we should refrain from volatile, provocative, inciting messages and language.
Let's build and not destroy.
The broadcast media ecosystem is dynamic and requires continuous training for practitioners to perform optimally. NTA TV College JOS invites relevant officers to the following specially packaged training programs. Intermediate online news reporting skills. Date 1st March to 12th March 2021. 2 weeks. Studio lighting indoor and outdoor. Date 1st March to 5th March 2021. 1 week. Modern trends in broadcast media marketing. Date 15th March to 9th April 2021. 4 weeks. Understanding public service rules and mastering the art of standard minute writing, reports, memoranda, and briefs. Date 15th February to 12th March 2021. 4 weeks. The course fee for the 4-week courses is 100,000 naira per participant. The fee for the 2-week course is 80,000 naira, while the course fee for the 1-week course is 40,000 naira only. Accommodation inclusive. Venue for all the courses is the serene and secure environment of NTA TV College near Old Government House, Rayfield, Jos. For more inquiries, please call 0803-314-4383 or 0806-980-9807. NTA TV College, Jos, training you to be the best you want to be.
After sharing the spoils in their last meeting, Southampton will be looking to secure all 3 points when they welcome the Blues to St. Mary's. This Saturday, it's Southampton versus Chelsea on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 1:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Axis Bank, Babai Jebu, Lipton, and Close Up, in association with Gold.com.
All right, you're welcome back, and you're still watching Good Morning Nigeria. We're reaching you on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Before we went on the break, I indicated that we're going to go back to Dr. Garba Abari, Director General of the National Orientation Agency. Dr. Abari, now listening to some of the comments that have been made today, and indeed backing up to what we heard yesterday from our guests, there is the issue of sensitization, reorientation, targeted at deconstructing the stereotypes that would seem to be the fuel for the ethnic tension and religious conflicts that we have in different parts of the country. How well equipped is the NOA to undertake this task? Because, I mean, Professor Ezele was just letting us know a while ago that when you listen to some children and what they are saying about other ethnic groups, it's cause for worry.
And of course, that is very true. And of course, I also made allusion to that. That if you follow the social media handles, and you see the kind of hate speeches that is being spewed on the different social media handles, it gives you a lot of worry. Now, the NOA, as you know, is a very well structured organization. It has offices, 813 offices around the country. Perhaps it is one of the most widely spread organizations in the country, with a staffing strength of nearly 5,000 people. Majority of is personnel driven from a drone from the local communities. So in that sense, therefore, they speak the local languages. They are rooted in the culture of the people and the tradition. And of course, there are senior officers that have been trained in sensitization. Messages that emanate from such people tend to be of credible sources, because they are messages that are being carried out and disseminated to the people in the languages that the people do understand. We have the permanent dialogue mechanism that I have spoken to you about. We have the building a people of peace that is at the moment being carried out all over the country in the state capitals, and by the end of 3-4 days, such messages will dovetail to the local governments. On Valentine's Day, we launched the Fall in Love with Nigeria, Be Patriotic, Do the Right Thing. And of course, I as the DG of the NOA, wrote a letter to all the chief imams and the pastors of this country to read at their sermons and during the services on Sundays to their followers on the need to eschew religious intolerance, and of course to be patriotic and to love this country, because it is the only country we have. And of course, these are some of the things I do. But coming to how equipped, I do not know what you mean by equipment, how equipped we are actually handicapped, very much handicapped, because of lack of resources to traverse the entire length and breadth of the country and address 200 million people and more. But definitely, within the limits of its realities, the NOA has templates, had programs, had platforms, and has also partners, that it engages. It helps, for example, this partnership to fill in the budgetary gaps. Only some few minutes ago, you played one of our jingles. This is a partnership with the NTA. And we have such partnership with many other organizations that actually come in to help and to take the burden of our budgetary inadequacies. By and large, sensitization is something really that takes a lot of resources. You want billboards, you want airtime in media houses, you need to travel, you need to take messages to the campuses, you need to take messages to mosques and churches, you need to take advocacy visits to traditional rulers and religious leaders, you need. All of these things actually require sufficient resources. Of course, we are not saying that all the resources we require must be provided, but something that will actually make for this very important national assignment at a time like this should be provided.
First time in Ebola.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Barry. We understand that, as rightly pointed out, that the NOA requires more funding, and for you to perhaps ramp up sensitization in the whole country, knowing full well that the country is huge. We have over 200 million people thereabout, and so it's a really a very difficult situation. But I will believe that as time goes on, you'll be able to have all that you need to see how Nigerians are going to be more sensitized than ever before, because this issue of ethnic tension and all of that is actually creeping into the society, and it doesn't augur well for any society. For now, we have Nigerians who are also contributing to this program by way of tweets. We'll try and see what we can do to read all of that. Kingsley and I will make efforts to see how we can take all of that. First of all, we have from Festus Akimboewa, sad that ethnic tension and indeed violence has been allowed to plague our country, causing destruction of our communities, while our bloated population, insufficient resources, and insecurity make ethnic tensions inevitable. Economic and human capital development will reduce the tensions.
Derek Jack Solomon, a new constitution that defines rights and privileges of citizenship in terms of residency rather than nativism, ancestry, and religion needs to be crafted. This new constitution needs to devolve power over resource distribution and development from an all-powerful central government to local constituencies. This is the way to go in dousing myriads of ethnic conflicts in the country.
Mutara Farouk, a diversity of ethnicity can be well managed if there is a practical demonstration of sincerity of purpose, equity, fairness, justice, and empathy for all. No Nigerian deserves to be treated as a slave, a refugee, or a second-hand citizen by other Nigerians, irrespective of their status.
Innocent Yawa James, ethnic tension arises from lack of sincerity and patriotism from leaders. Misinformation on the side of Nigerians is also a problem, simply because we have access to social media. Once the federal government addresses the problem of insecurity in Nigeria, all this will stop. That's the...
Siaya said we must avoid hate speech in all ramifications. Unity is the key to peaceful coexistence.
Chris Simeon, ethnic tension in Nigeria today has given rise to room to the insecurity and insurgency, betrayal, and inability to harness our God-given potentials. This is unacceptable. Let's embrace peace and enjoy our liberty.
Steve Bond, perpetrators should not be hidden. They should face the law. Law enforcement mustn't take sides. Justice must come before any peace meeting.
Suleiman Babagana, traditional rulers and the elite in the community should not be agents of disharmony or promoters of indigent and settler phenomenon and partisanship in dispute resolution, as all of this lead to escalation of conflicts, as in the case of various ethnic tensions across the country.
Mwangwa Kingsley, this problem starts with parenting. Parents are the ones who tell their children negative things about other tribes. If we must solve this problem, we need to start from the younger generation.
Now, there's one from Alex there. Only justice will entrench peace. Justice is fair distribution of wealth, resources, law enforcement, and governance.
All right.
Bello Mohammed, that's the second set of tweets. I'm sure you have that.
That just came in now. The NOA should wake up and improve on its enlightenment campaign for peaceful coexistence. There should be at every market day of our villages and towns to relay the message. Town criers should be fully mobilized. We need peace to reign.
Shay flows now. Inciting speech of one ethnic group against another should be strongly discouraged. Religious and traditional institutions can play a key role in this regard. Appointments into government positions or any government opportunity should follow federal character. All ethnic groups are one.
Usman Banikantu, Professor Munzali said it all in his opening remarks. Impatient politicians and aggrieved individuals who no longer enjoy free everything, as he put it, as before, are the ones creating ethnic tension. I think what he meant to say here is that people who no longer enjoy the largesse of government are now trying to do what they can do to raise ethnic tension to satisfy their urge. Unless such people are exposed and disgraced, the country will not enjoy peace. That's according to Usman Banikantu.
All right, those are the tweets we can accommodate in the meantime. Well, of course, time runs very fast. Professor Muzale, let's come back to you. What, in your opinion, needs to be done? Of course, this is also implied in what you have said, but we can still back up a bit and just remind ourselves of some of the points that have been articulated in the course of this two-part conversation. 60 years down the line as an independent country, and we are still swirling around the issues of how to be united, how to be tolerant, and so on and so forth. And as Professor Omar Opatu pointed out yesterday, at 60, we ought to be thinking about higher order things that could, of course, be a source of remedy for the level of poverty in the country. But we are still apparently bolted down by these primordial issues of where does it come from, where doesn't it come from, where do you worship, whom do you not worship, and so on and so forth. What do we need to do so that we can eject ourselves from this unhelpful mode?
Thank you very much. I think one obvious thing is to devolve power, resources, and responsibilities to the lower tiers of government and decongest the center. Because part of the frustration is everybody's eyes are on the center and on the power that the center has. So the competition to access that power is so fierce that, it leads to ethnic tensions. If you decongest the center and send resources and responsibilities to the states and to the local governments, I think this will go a long way in dousing the tension. The second thing is our leadership recruitment process, which Dr. Abadi touched on. It's very faulty. And the way we are going, maybe it will take 100 years before any significant changes can be effected in the polity. Because you see, imagine you want to be governor of Edo State now. If you are not sponsored by the outgoing governor or some other godfather, you don't stand a chance. Look at the last election. If you want to assess the candidates on their own personal merit, probably the best candidate was Dr. Mogalu in terms of ideas and probably the capacity to deliver. But he didn't stand a chance because he didn't have the right platform. He didn't have the money to be able to reach everybody. And the system has cannot accommodate him because he has to be, you have to come through the normal system to be sponsored by an existing political party or arrangement. And that means you can't change anything. When you come through that process, you will just continue to maintain the status quo. Somebody mentioned, I think it was Professor Adeni, when by happenstance we had people who emerged and disrupted the system with positive outcomes. Right now we have the governor of Borno State, Zulum. I think he's one of those who emerged by happenstance, and he's disrupting the system. He's different, but we wait to see whether the system will flush him out, because he doesn't belong, and he's not interested in a second term or maintaining the status quo. But you can see how many attempts to kill him have been made, and We think it is Boko Haram, but don't be surprised that they may be acting in collusion with people on this side, because he is a threat to everybody. So we need to do something about the leadership recruitment process. We need to liberalize the electoral process to accommodate independent candidature. And we need to do other things to make it possible for people who can come out of nowhere to disrupt the system to be able to access power. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Let's return to Professor Joy Ezilo once more. Madam, let's get your closing thoughts at this point in time. What are the remedies? Some people are calling for national dialogue. We have such thing in the past, but perhaps they didn't address the issue we are discussing this morning. So what, in your opinion, should be done for us to see how we can get back to basics and, of course, get things done right?
Thank you. Yes, we don't need another national conference, definitely. I participated in one 2005, and it was one I gave it all for 6 months, sitting down, doing this. 2014, we did it. We have all on papers, and we have also a constitution, not a perfect one, but we can build on it. We need constitutional and electoral reform. I need my vote to count. What is the value of people's vote? We have right to participate in the government of our country. It's a recognized right internationally and even nationally. But that must, for it to count and have a value, it must be through free and fair election, which we've been grappling with. I recall even in 2005 in the National Political Reform Conference, we were presented with electronic voting machine. We voted it down in the end. It didn't happen. And then I've been part of the process going to India, seeing how made in India, electoral, the largest democracy, over 800 million. They have free and fair election. Why can't we have it? We need to have government at all levels having the ability to harness our resources, our commonwealth, manage our diversity in the best interest of Nigeria. They have to think in the best interest of Nigeria, not in the best interest of their ethnic group. It doesn't work. Nigeria, so long as you have leaders thinking in the best interest of their ethnic group, there will be this competition for power, there will be this agitation for restructuring, there will be the agitation for devolution. If we govern well and in the best interest of our people, in a way that gives meaning to the security, the primary purpose of government, then nobody will even care at a stage which ethnic group is in power. Because you know, whoever is in power is following the constitution, is governing for all, and is making sure that everyone, no one is discriminated on grounds of ethnicity. We know, as it were, ethnicity impacts on our democracy and stall our development as a people. And we need to overcome this. And for us to overcome it, it has to start with periodic, free and fair election. Let the power of our vote count at all levels of government, including the level closest to us, local government. So as we do, they are doing constitutional review again. It's a process that has become even annoying. We go through this, and at the end of the day, we don't even have value for money and resources that has been put into this process, because nothing comes out of it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joy Ezilo. Let's also get the closing thoughts of Professor Abiodun Adeniyi. Professor Abiodun Adeniyi, let me ask you this question, which you can also use to frame your closing thoughts. Nigeria, in search of statesmen, are we on the right path? Can we produce more statesmen to lead us out of perennial ethnic and religious tensions and set us on the path of regrowth and development?
Yeah, I think we can very quickly. But again, it's also important to note that if you look at ideal organizations, systems, and societies, maybe organizations, for instance, they thrive on diversity. They privilege diversity because diversity brings about option. It gives you a range of options and sometimes help you to stabilize where there's a deficiency in any section. That's organization. And because of that, it impacts on the bottom line, leading to profitability. that's the mentality of organization, and that's the mentality of our national team anytime we're going for international matches. The coach does not think about origin or ethnic group, but they think about competence, and that's why we always celebrate it as one, irrespective of our ethnicity. Now, that mentality can also come into politics, but it has to be painstakingly worked at. And that's what we see manifesting in a country like the United States, where a president can be, somebody can be president and the son can later become president as well, where a husband can be president, the wife can also seek to become president. Nobody talks about origin, but it talks about efficiency and issue and also issues. So it is actually evolutionary. But before we can realize it, it also has to be painstaking through the instrumentality of conscientious leadership, believing in the future of this country, as the case could be. So the opportunity for statesmen, but those opportunities can come, with somebody designing it, conceiving it for him or herself, knowing that he or she has a legacy to leave, and that legacy has to be left.
All right, I'd like to refer to what this Munzali, persons that will come and disrupt the system and get things done all right. Thank you, the gentlemen and lady. We have come to the end of this particular edition of Good Morning Nigeria. I'd like to appreciate all of you for being here this morning. First, Munzali Jibrin, thank you, sir, for being here this morning. Professor Abiodun Adeniyi, we also appreciate your contribution this morning of the Base University. And Professor Joy Ezilo of University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. It's nice talking to you this morning. Thank you for reaching us all the way from the cool city. And also Dr. Garba Abari, the DG of the National Orientation Agency, who spoke to us from Maiduguri. It's been a pleasure talking to you this morning.
All right, Kieran, of course, that does it for us today on Good Morning Nigeria. We thank you for tuning in. We are back tomorrow, same time, 7 in the morning. And Kieran, perhaps maybe we can just advise some of our political players and then read up the history of Germany and the role of Otto von Bismarck, Italy as well, what you saw with Giuseppe Garibaldi. These were fractious societies that were welded together by these persons. Stay safe and be well. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
And I'm Kieran Umayo. Always a pleasure to have you.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to Thoughts for the Week. I hope you've been doing very well, and I hope that the things happening in the world are not getting you down. Don't worry, they'll definitely pass. Now, let's take a look at our hands. All the fingers on our hands, they are not equal, are they? They can never be equal because our elders have said all fingers of the same hand can never be equal. That's the truth. Now imagine on your hand all the fingers were equal. In this present day world, some people would call you a freak because they'll say that is not normal. So the fact that all the fingers are not equal doesn't mean that the small one lacks more importance than the big one. Don't be surprised that the differences you see on your fingers are the things that make them work seamlessly. It's same for nature. Let's take some examples. You have the sea. On one part of the sea, you may have this beautiful level beach where you can easily walk and have fun. On the other side, you may have some very sharp rocks that if you fall on them or from them, you may not survive. Same for the hills and the valleys. Same for the ranges and the sprawling fields in front of them. Nothing is actually the same in nature. So, even human beings are not all the same. We are all different, just like my Joseph coat. It has many colors. That is how all human beings are. We are different people, different colors, but we come together to form one complete whole. There is an Irish proverb that says, "Strength is not possible without unity." That means if all these colors did not come together in one seamless pattern, this would not be what you are seeing. Same thing with human beings. The fact that you are one particular tribe, or you are one particular gender, or you have this money or that money and the other person is poor, doesn't mean that that person doesn't have a place in this world. Our elders have said, each man has his own job in the ship. Yes, if you go on a ship, for instance, you'll find that everybody there has a role they have to play. And if one person is missing, it becomes a problem. Now imagine a company where you have an engineer and he feels he's better than the man who greases the machines. What do you think would happen if the man doesn't grease the machines? There will be a huge friction. That man in your office, again, who may just be a messenger or office assistant. You may think he is smaller than you, you don't need him, you don't do that, you don't. No. Without him, how hard can a job be? Same thing for families, same thing for everything in life. We all need each other. Be you white, be you black, be you brown, no matter your color. Because, as it has been said, all lives matter. Our elders have said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. This hand can do as much as it can do when they all cooperate. I'm talking about all the fingers. So, our thought for the week. Do you think you're better than that very person sitting next to you? Do you think you're better than the people helping you in your own home? I think you should think very well. So, let's respect one another and let's move in this journey of life peacefully. I'll see you next time. Till then, take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.
beautiful day out there, isn't it? And we all have the gift of being alive. Let's value the life. Have you had a bit of your hygienic protocols for the COVID-19? I always insist, if you're not close to water, do you have a bit of this to ensure that you keep yourself safe? And have you had vegetables, fruits? Did you have that yesterday? And are you planning to have another one today? We're not talking health. We're talking some other things, and today the program is focusing on strike. Which program? It's Conversations. Welcome to Conversations. My name is Elizabeth, and when we say conversation, it means a whole lot of people are seated. A lot of them you have not met. You'll be wondering to find out who these guests are and what will be munching around the word strike. But that will be after we've given you a background. Then I'll showcase my guests. Don't go away.
Strike, as a word, has become synonymous with any common theme within the smallest family, so much that children clearly understand it. Strike, or industrial action, has become a regular occurrence within every workforce, both public and private, but mostly found within the public workers. The worst hit is the university workers, from the teaching staff of Academic Staff of Universities Union to the non-academic staff union. A little trip down memory lane shows that ASU strike took place in 1999 and lasted 5 months. The most recent commenced on the 9th of March 2020 and ended on the 4th of November 2020. It lasted for 9 months. From 1999 till date, ASU has embarked on a total of 15 strikes, summing up to approximately 45 months, which is equal to almost 4 years. Buttressing the fact that one thing has remained constant in the Nigerian tertiary institution academic calendar has been the strike. At a point, a university like Uni Ilorin was glorified because of its consistent academic calendar. But today, the glory days are gone because they too have equally joined the industrial action. Today, the NASU and SANU have embarked on their own strike just after ASU called off their own, creating more difficulties for students who now sleep in open arenas under the trees and further accentuating unhygienic, unhealthy learning environments filled with chaos. Sufficing to say that the demands of a striking labor force may be genuine, but must it always end up in strike? What happens to the place of dialogue? When two elephants fight, it is said that the grass bears the brunt. In this case, our students, our educational system, and the Nigeria intellectual reputation bears the brunt. Is it really worth it?
In the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, information management is key.
I'm Cyril Stober.
Fatima Umar Buba.
Joseph Johnson.
Ian Ray John.
Muhammad Kudu Abubakar.
Jumbo Yusuf.
My name is Kirian Umaya. Here in NTA, we're working very hard to make sure that everything we broadcast is accurate and up to date. Misinformation spreads very fast.
The social media has been a huge conveyor of misleading information from one individual to another, then to another set of groups. In a short while, it goes viral, and before you know it, it is all over the world.
There have been several misleading information on coronavirus COVID-19. Recently, the misconception of 5G as a cause of coronavirus is becoming widespread. Another is the belief that hot beverages and alcoholic drinks are internal cleanser for COVID-19, thereby leading to excessive consumption of these drinks.
The use of local concoctions as treatment for COVID-19 are yet to be scientifically proven. However, there has been several theories about the efficacies of these concoctions. We should stay safe and denounce all manner of fake news and misleading information on COVID-19.
For medical advice, go on the WHO website, Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC website, or stick with the advisories from the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 or other authentic official sources. NTA is one of them.
The second wave of the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic is upon us.
To safeguard lives of our people, government has signed the health protection regulations, which makes wearing a face mask mandatory in public places.
Wear a mask. Keep social and physical distancing. Avoid crowded places. Wash your hands regularly with soap and clean water. And use hand sanitizer.
COVID-19 is real. Do not be infected. Do not spread it. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
There is a lot of fake news and report circulating, especially on social media, on the coronavirus. Do not believe or partake in the spread of these fake reports. If it is not on the official website or news from the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, disregard such report. Only together can we beat this virus. Only together can we overcome this pandemic. Follow the instructions and guidelines provided to combat this virus. Most importantly, stay at home. Self-isolate, regardless of your status. The virus doesn't move unless we move. Let us work together to better Nigeria. Together, we can do this.
This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Africa's largest television network. The coronavirus.
Once again, my name is Elizabeth and the program is Conversations. Conversations means there are more than just 1, 2, 3 voices of the house. Let me start by going, let's serve the best for the men. You know, we like to honor our men. So let introduce yourself. I know your faith, but the other things in your name. So
thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you for having me on your program. My name is Faith Nwadishi. I'm the Executive Director, Center for Transparency Advocacy. I served on the EITI, that's Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative at international level, where I represented Anglophone African countries for 6 years.
I know you're one person that speaks very loudly for youth. So
exactly.
They're going to hear you talk about them again, once again.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi. I'm Lynette. Bonjour, world.
As your name, Lynette French.
Yes.
All right, and we still have a gentleman with us.
Honorable Ekwen Jeremiah. I'm the Executive Director of Media Debate Initiative.
Okay, so now we have it. That's what the people who are in the house with me complete. Now, I don't know how to start this topic, but I know that when I went to school, I was supposed to do 4 years. I actually did 5+. Who did 4 years? Yeah, did you do 4 years?
Primary. I didn't do 4 years.
Yeah, university. No, primary and secondary was quite.
Yes, I did do 4 years.
Okay.
Because there were strikes
I did more.
that lasted, and so we lost a session because of the strikes, and then it's continued. And just recently, students, maybe because also of COVID-19, lost about 9 months. That's about a session that was lost before they called off the strike. And now another set of unionists are also now on strike. But you know, the interesting thing about strike started in 1929 very visibly with the Aba Women's Riot. Strikes always come about because there's a reason, there's a dispute, people are not happy, so you put the issues on the table. Though you have procedures to go before you go on a strike, but usually what happens is the last thing, they resort to going on strike because those conditions are not met. So maybe while we have this conversation, we could begin to even think about, even in colonial times, when we were under the colonial masters, we had strikes. The women's strike went on strike because of taxes. We had railway workers who were on strike. We always have the NLC who would go on strike. And so you have strikes that are targeted at people, employers who are not meeting up with their terms. And then there are also strikes that are targeted at people who are sympathetic to employers. So it depends on the level of strikes and why people are going on strikes. But we have seen that in Nigeria, strikes have become a part of our system. Is it that labor is on strike or ASU is on strike? And then
or
you
health
have
workers
or health workers recently, and in a pandemic, health workers are on strike. It's so it's we need to begin to question what is it that is not going right? What is it that is in our terms of employment conditions? What is it that we are not? Why is it that we are not listening to people? Why do we have to resort to strike? Why do we wait for them until they go on strike and then we start negotiation, continue the strike, we agree on something, we renege on the promises, and then there's another. It's just a vicious circle of strikes in the country.
Did you school in Nigeria first
Of course I did.
Was
I
it strictly 4 years?
Yeah, I spent over 4 years due to this strike problem. For me, the universities are set up to solve problems. And if we've had strikes in the country for a number of years, there's more reason why social scientists in universities should investigate what we need to do as a country, what we need to do as citizens, what we need to do as government to solve this problem. It's lingering, and nobody is showing political will. Beyond getting agreement reached on the table, we need to also comply to them, like she rightly put it. But I feel that strike is a social problem, and the university is set up to research into problems. We need to go beyond just writing agreements and keeping them or not. The university system has to consistently investigate, research beyond agreements, and come up with solutions to strikes. It's becoming so unbearable. It's not just affecting the university system, it's affecting the entire country. Because once a subsector is affected, the entire system is affected.
Completely.
You go into the university with the intention of spending 4 years from the school program, you spend 10 years. When you graduate, you are out of school, you are looking for a job. They will tell you they need a minimum of this number of years. Meanwhile, the same government that is asking for 30 years of age has taken so much of time from you.
And for us parents, it's not funny.
It's not funny.
Because I know that I have 2 kids.
If social sciences departments or faculties and universities cannot find solutions to this problem, we need to investigate why can't they do this.
Actually, there have been studies that have been done. The studies have been done on why you have the strikes, and recommendations have also been made on what we can do. Because people looked at, there was a study that was done by 4 professors or so, and they looked at the causes and the effect and impact both on economy and on the children. And it will interest you to know that some of the causes on students, you find that because of the long time, you see students now getting engaged in other vices.
Absolutely.
And then when they come back to school, there's no incentive for them to learn. And then the people now begin to say, I want to travel abroad, I want to leave the country, and then travel because I'm not able to get. And that also, the study also showed that it contributed to the decline in our educational standards.
Definitely.
So it's there are about 2 studies that are out there. There was one that was done in 2013 after that other strike that came. There was one that was done earlier. So there are studies that have been done. They have come up with solutions. I mean, suggestions for solutions to be done. The fact of the matter is, people don't just wake up and say they want to go on strike. There's a reason. It's just like you sign a contract with me. Maybe business people don't go on strike because it's about contract. They go to court to settle, they go to industrial courts to settle their disputes. So we sign a contract, and on that contract I have certain responsibilities, you have certain rights too. So if I take away your rights, and in one of the studies, it was said that it is a right of the university lecturers to go on strike, but it is also the right of the student to get education.
Exactly.
So while you exercise your right of going on strike, you are infringing on the right of the student to get education. So one of the studies actually brought out that, and it was very interesting for me when I saw that. So how do you find a balance?
Good.
So I think that there's a different perception to this. Who benefit from strike and who suffers from strike? The students who are the learners in the school suffer from strike. The beneficiaries of strike are those who embark on strike. They benefit because at the end of the day, they get their own requests from government. For instance, like ASU, they came up with a number of items on the list to government. It is possible that at the end of the day, they benefit 1 or 2 of these items on the list. But what do the students themselves benefit from strike? They don't.
Even the parents. Anyway, we're going to say something.
Yes, it's actually demoralizing, because the truth is, I train people in public speaking, and I've used myself as a guinea pig. Good thing God has blessed me with, what would I say, an intelligent mind. So it didn't really affect me much when there was strike, because most times you find me at the library. Now, how about those who wouldn't go to the library? What happens? Everything they were taught kind of evaporates while they're at home, while they're doing things they shouldn't be doing, you know, and trying to really find a way around the system. Because the truth is, you don't really have holiday jobs where if there's a strike going on, you can fall back and keep busy. Instead, all kinds of bad things come to the mind. You know what they say? They say, an idle mind is the devil's workshop. So what do you expect from these people? Not much. So for those times where there was strike, you'll find me at the library, because I like to do research, I like to find out new things, I like to know how things work. But most people wouldn't be there. And then you find them struggling. They call off strike, and the next thing you hear, oh, we're writing exams in 1 week.
Yes.
So how do you want these people to do well? It's impossible.
You know, my question is, and I think in a way too, I may not be very correct, because I'm not a research person, but I think if I do comparative analysis of what happens, even in Nigeria, the private schools, they don't go on strike. They still have facilities. They are managed well. The students are learning well.
Yes.
Why is it that it's always the public schools that go on strike? You'll tell me government is supposed to pay them this and pay them that. I am also told that some of these private schools pay even better than the government. Now, if it's fund, which I think most often it's aimed at, whatever we are fighting, a lot of times it always boils down to how much is there for us, whether it's for building this or building that. The university, like you mentioned, is designed to solve problems. I recall back in the days when I would always like to buy something because I know it came from a department in the university. If you needed to buy a dairy, you know it's coming from a particular university. You're 100% sure it has quality. Yes. When they do exhibition, I remember my mom will drive down to the exhibition center for the university, because we're sure we're going to buy firsthand, you know, classic things. What happened to all of that? What I'm saying is that the university can actually generate water. I'm yet to see a bottled water, you know, named University of Abuja, for instance.
University of Benin has water.
No, I'm yet to see. This is biscuits. Okay. We have a food and nutrition department.
That's right.
Why are we not producing biscuits and selling them?
Exactly.
This is peanuts. Somebody sells this peanut, and I know the person incidentally. He sells nothing less than 100 bottles a day and makes 200 naira out of each bottle. So what's wrong with the university producing that?
Yes.
You know, the students buy exercise books, they buy notebooks as they go back. So what's wrong with the students, the university producing these things and then, you know, selling at reduced costs? All I know the lecturers do most often is to sell handouts and textbooks.
That's
So, but there are other things the school need that the school can, you know, organize, do these things and produce money, which they can reinvest into the, instead of always asking for this and that and that.
But you know that we have to, it's about putting in demand and supply. For instance, if you want to go into investment, you need to make an investment yourself to get a turnover out of that return on investment on yes. on what you have invested. Now, if you're asking investors to do that, and they're supposed to get a research fund or a fund to set up the machinery to do that, and they don't have that, they will not be able to do these things that you have mentioned.
No. I beg to differ a little. If I'm working, for instance, I just gave a general terms.
Yes.
But I have worked into a university, Department of Engineering, and I was talking with a professor, and the AC was making noise, and the professor was saying, "Did you call the AC guy?" And I'm like,
This is engineering. Why are you calling an outsider to come and fix this?
Yes,
this should be something happening in your school, and a student should quickly go on and fix that.
No, that's
Do you
true.
understand?
Yeah.
So they have things they already have within their department which they can use to get things done. And if I'm studying engineering, after level 100 to 300, I should be able to do certain things to be able to even make a living.
Yes, actually from 100 level, because I did civil engineering.
Oh, okay.
From 100 level, actually, you should be able to do certain things because you're already doing engineering designs, and you know, by the time you finish, you go for industrial attachment, you come back every time. So there's always that. But even within the university, you have people you call non-academic staff union. Non-academic staff, those people like electricians, technicians, they fall under the category of non-academic staff. So they're actually provided for. You don't have, it's the Nigerian thing. People just take things for granted. We keep talking about the maintenance culture we have in the country. It pervades every sector. You put up a building today, go there in the next 5 years, it is deteriorated. Meanwhile, while you are putting up that building, you are supposed to have taken maintenance into consideration and budgeted for all of those things. But as soon as that building is done, that money disappears. So nobody takes responsibility for the maintenance. So you still wait for the handyman that comes out from the system to do all of that. But when it comes to university system, for instance, if you ask that a university should produce water, peanuts, you don't expect that a university will just go because somebody else is doing it. There has to be a process. There has to be research done so that when you bring it out, it gets the stamp of that university. You know that this thing is different from what you can get from outside. That kind of funding we need for research to be done, for proper packaging to be done. There's a way you can package this peanuts and it appeals to you. You know that a student from the university is taking this as a project. And that's why parents pay too much for projects, end of year projects for their children. If the universities were properly funded and they had that money available, they will make the infrastructure available, they will make the instruments available for the students to easily use to produce their project. But you see, parents are the one who pay for these projects. And what do we see? You see that you have a recycling of projects. Somebody goes to the library and gets a project that was done 2-3 years before, and then just rewrites it, just like we do some of our policies at national level. So you see, what we are bringing out from the university, we also put it into governance. You are looking at somebody doing a policy, for instance. Let me take the one that I'm very familiar with, environmental impact assessments. You go to communities, because I also do oil and gas and all of that. You go to communities and you're supposed to do an environmental impact assessment that gives you a license to go and operate in the community. Rather than go there, carry out your research, do what you're supposed to do. You go to the Ministry of Environment, collect a document, you change your name of your company, you change the name of the community on the first page. You don't even go to the second page to change it, and then you submit that as something. So it's just everywhere. What we really need is a reorientation of the entire system, the university system. Now, NASU have just called off strike. SANU and NASU have gone on strike.
Why didn't they join when it was done?
I have from the policy level, their intervention agency, TED Fund, currently has a special fund for university, strictly for research. The problem we have with them is that some of these universities, the internally generated revenue is very, very, very low.
That's the point I was trying to make.
They don't even encourage it.
Yes.
It is because they are used to yearly budgets. Free money from budgets from the federal government or state government, as the case may be. But I think the intervention from TED Fund has really stepped up. The government has increased the fund, and the vice chancellors of universities have been asked to come up with research products. Come up with the things that are researched into and produced by your school. Let us see how we give you franchise for these products. That is, I think, what the TED Fund is currently doing, and the government is seriously encouraging it. And a lot of these schools, a lot of the universities are really keen into it, and they're encouraging the lecturers in the individual universities to come together, form a team of research, come up with products that the school can market them locally and internationally. let it be that this particular product is from this school. I think that's what the third one is doing now. And they've really
why is there delay in seeing some of these things?
No, let me tell you, there was a report that came out some time ago. TED Fund had money to fund schools. But for you to be able to access TED Fund funding, you need to have certain accountability structures in place. Some of these universities didn't have these accountability structures in place. So you are saying to give you money, there's no system to account on how you have spent that money. And you're shouting everybody is corrupt, this is corruption. If you want the best papers to be written on corruption, it comes from the universities. Now you don't have accountability structures in place, but you want funding to come in. When you even talk about internally generated fund, I agree with you. Some of the universities, the money that they generate is even much more than. But who gives account of that? Have they ever said that maybe the Senate, this VC comes to say, oh, this is money we have generated from sale of this registration, that registration. Do you know the number of students who get admitted into universities every year and they have to pay one registration or the other, or the ones that are leaving the school that they have to pay one registration or the other, register for this course,
post-jam form.
You know, post-jam exams. Do you know what? You understand what I'm saying? So, but there's no accountability structure. It is like pointing one finger and 4 fingers are pointing back at you. The universities, we are bringing out people, and that's why you see, when I keep saying, we should actually begin to catch people young, even from primary schools, and begin to teach them these issues of accountability, transparency. Because by the time you go through a system that doesn't have accountability structures, you keep shouting, oh, there's so much money in that fund. That fund says, this is what I want in place. Before you can get that money to do what you do. You come out and shout, that fund is not giving us money, but you have not done your own part of it. Therefore, every right, there's a responsibility. So you should be able to read up your responsibility so that you can actually assess your rights. You do not say, because I have this right, you neglect your responsibility and you are shouting for the right. So when we are talking about issues, we need to talk about the corruption. Do you know, for somebody to become a vice chancellor, do you know how much people pay?
They pay for it?
People pay, they lobby.
Wow.
They lobby to be appointed a vice chancellor. Wow. It's almost the same thing we are talking about, people who get elected. Before you get elected, you pay so much money, you are using that, and the people expect you to deliver. To deliver what? You have to go and make returns on investment. It is investment you have made in getting elected. It is investment you have made in getting appointed as a VC. So once you get there, you have to do returns on investment.
So the accountability thing still goes down the drain.
Issues that are floating under the carpet that people are not talking about.
That's true.
We need to bring it out to the table, and that's why we are having this conversation, so that we say it as it is. We must not always point one finger, because when you point one finger, 4 fingers are pointing at you. Who accounts for the internally generated fund that university gets? Where do they spend it? Why is it that the universities are not accessing TED fund? Why is it that they're not getting that money? Where are the accountability structures that you're supposed to have set up if when you get all of these monies? The fact that, but in all of this, truly, we cannot also neglect that because I signed this contract with you, you gave me terms of reference, you gave me my job description, and on my job description you have said, when I do X, Y, Z, you're going to pay me this. If I do X, Y, Z for 1 month, 2 months, 3 years, 4 years, and you don't pay me, I will strike.
Definitely.
So that is fundamental. We know that is fundamental. So these other issues also, we must continue to address them.
No, definitely. Even the Bible says the worker.
In some other countries, the educational system, especially at the university level, the recruitment process is also very necessary. The government do not need to have everybody on its employment list. We don't need to have everybody as your employee. There are some professional courses, it's only strictly on professional courses that you have people who are full-time employed. There are some other courses or course areas that you need part-time teachers who are not your workers.
Exactly.
It happens in a lot of classes.
No, it should be that way.
So they teach on contacts.
Yes.
If you have 5 contacts in a week, you are paid for that week.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I think the government will need to look into this and see core courses in the university that need to have permanent workers and those that need part-time teachers. I think a lot of these things are not just because of what they teach. Some lecturers, some associations, in fact, ASU particularly, there is need for ASU to do some overhauling.
I agree.
There is. Because if you go to teach in a university as a lecturer, it should be your discretion to whether you want to join ASU or not. They don't need to force everybody into that group.
Exactly.
No matter where you work, really, it's not just it's a personal decision.
Of course,
unionism is personal decision. It should not be forced.
The flat thing about it that as soon as you get invested as a teacher, you must belong to it. It's not done anyway.
No, because you pay dues. One is, let us not also look at ASU because of only strikes. There are other things that you benefit when you are a member of a union or a club.
I think the reason why I say discretion, because you would have considered all of
what I'm saying. So because most times the challenge is this. Oh, because this is happening, I don't want to be part of it. And then there's something you are supposed to benefit. Suddenly you say, please, I have not paid in the last 10 years. I want to be part of this. So do you now say, because this discretional, I don't join this? But when there is something to benefit, you go and meet the leadership and say, please, regularize my...
You test the pros and cons.
You weigh it and find out, do you want to?
Your capacity to take an option. At that level, if you can teach the next person, you should also have the capacity to decide.
So because even in court, there are lawyers that say, okay, I will stand as my own lawyer. So I have the capacity, I can handle it. So if you think you can handle whatever happens, you go ahead. But my point is, a lot of times, like you mentioned, when two elephants fight, the grass suffer. In this case, it's our children, it's our parents. It's our integrity.
It's our future.
I knew when Nigerians, we're still very, very intelligent, you know, if we're really put down. If you check the number of Nigerians who are abroad, they are busy setting and breaking records and resetting them. I'm always very... Yesterday. Yes, we did.
She's making us proud of her.
And then, with due respect, sir, she's a woman.
Yeah. Behind every successful woman, but she didn't burden. Get her through.
I like that.
All right,
she
so
didn't burden as a man.
Don't worry, we'll consider that to you. So if we are able to get the word, you know, follow us, if we're able to set records across the world, why is it that we can't just do the same here? Now, if you carry your paper, your certificates from Nigeria, I know a child who went to, you know, seek for admission. She presented her papers because she was Nigerian. They didn't really want to look at her. By the time they gave her exams, people from other places, there were more than 100. She came second.
You see?
She came second. So she actually had it. But the only thing is, just that paper. And the problem came from the fact that they believe that our system is not right.
Yes.
You're right.
So I don't subscribe to people working without being paid. There's no how, if you don't pay me, this is like, today is 17th, Abby. I'm already counting down because I want to get my pay.
Yes.
So every worker deserves to be paid. Yes. That is a must. But if you're getting that pay, if there are other things we think we can actually do to augment, it's just like a woman who is managing a home. It's not every day the money comes in from the husband, but somehow we're able to mitigate. The children most often do not get to know about it because we know if we quarrel with the man because of it, the children get to suffer. That's the point I'm trying to make.
That's true.
The internally generated revenue for the schools, for me, is paramount. It must be looked into. We started this thing gradually from the handcrafts, handwork, what we're doing. I remember when I was in primary school and secondary, we did farm work. You had your ridge. You finish, you're proud of your produce. You take it home to your parents. I also knew some people who didn't take their own home. They sold it in the nearby market. And it was money. Then school also had their own. So if these things are done, School of Agriculture, Umudike, if I recall, there was a time they were producing bread from cassava. I personally went there to cover it. There was a time they were producing chin-chin from cassava. I went there to cover it. There was a time they produced a whole lot. But I don't think it's still happening. Because I tried to ask someone, all of those things are gone.
Sustainability.
You know, it's not...
The next thing we need to look at is, we should stop citing universities or other training institutions on political grounds. In the other countries you go, universities are cited on the basis of comparative advantage. Just like we're trying to look at what the university can come up with. If the southeast part of the country, if they have any agricultural products that they have advantage over the other region, the most reason why they should have universities of agriculture. If it is information technology from the west, then they should have universities cited there that are relevant to what they are good at.
Because the teaching aids will just be there.
It's just whatever they need around that product will be within there. So here, you discover that universities are cited on political grounds, just to impress people, just to throw the school there, whether it is funded or not. Look at what is happening recently. Universities and polytechnics are being granted to a few states with 2 billion take-off from TED Fund. Let us watch out and see how they're going to take off properly with very positive funds. So the politicians do this into election years. When the election is drawing close, you see a lot of things come up, whether they're going to be problematic or not, nobody's interested.
You're a politician too. Anyway, we'll quickly take a break now. When we'll come back, we'll open up the lines and we'll come back, we'll open up our lines and have your contributions with us. Don't go away. It's still conversations.
When there's a child out there that's not getting the same that your own child is getting, the difference will tell, and there will come a time in the society where that child is going to take its pound of flesh.
Where you can actually, everything from watching a program with the child, you can start up the conversation from something on the TV and say, oh, you know.
For me, it's like, hurry up with this business. And the other one said, Auntie, it's not about me, it's about the guys. They're not ready to marry.
Yes. If she wants to ask something, no, I know my mother very well. In fact, the most interesting one is when I put up pictures on WhatsApp, you know, Snapchat filters and all that, she will call me, remove that picture. There was a day I got tired of all that and I said,
Strike and our educational system is still our focus, and the lines are open now. You can make your contributions strictly via text messages or WhatsApp. And it's been hot argument in the House, both for pros and the cons. But I know that at the end of the end is to produce positive results. And talking about strike, I always say on a comical side that I was one of those that benefited from strike. Ask me, I'll tell you. I was almost due for with my first child, and then the strike came. It was for me a holiday. I had a baby, I nursed, and I came back.
What is good for one is bad for the others.
But that's sometimes, you know, it happens that way. But that's not to say that it should have been, because I ended up spending 5 years plus in the school rather than the 4 years it was meant to be.
Probably 4 years in academics, 1 year in maternity.
But I had double honors, if you come to that.
Absolutely,
double honors.
That's true. No, you see, there's for every negative thing, there's always a positive side of it. If, for instance, we go into a negotiation, the most times negotiations end up in an agreement. If only the parties keep to the agreement, I don't think there will be another strike.
Continuous strike, because it's the same
thing
over and over again.
Because take, for instance, you make an announcement and say, in the year 2021, on the 31st of May, we want to start paying you minimum wage of 50,000 naira per month. And I've made plans that because I didn't push you, you're the one that came out to say you are going to pay me 50,000 naira minimum wage by May. And I get to May, you're not talking to me. June, July. Then there's 2022, 2023, 2024.
It's not
perfect. But let's quickly take this message. They're already coming in. I really appreciate this discussion, especially Faith Nwabishi's take on the engineering department in Nigerian University. The greater problem is that most of those departments do not even have functional laboratories and workshops where students can demonstrate their learning practically, and thus obviously make the university to produce graduates without entrepreneurial skills. That's coming from Michael Amionotel. I don't know where he wrote from, but speaking of what he said, I actually met a student who was studying computer, came to do IT, and I said, could you power the system for me? I'm not kidding.
You don't know what to do.
I'm not kidding.
No, it's true. I believe you. It's true.
We don't believe what you're about saying.
It's true.
You could preempt what you're saying.
Don't worry. The egg that's been laid in your house has hatched in ours. You understand?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, I employed an accountant. I employed an accountant in my organization. And she came to my organization. She was a youth copper. She came to do youth service. She came to my organization. It was the first time she was seeing a check booklet.
So what's that?
An accountant. She graduated from a university. It was the first time she was seeing a check booklet in my organization, based in Asaba. An accountant from a university who was on youth service.
And these are the same set of people that will get first-class jobs.
She was on youth service.
Yes. Shortly after the youth service, they will get jobs.
Yes,
there won't be any interview, but they will be employed.
And then we have a field
Those
system.
who burn the nights to study will just come back and stay 10, 15 years, no jobs. Because there's no competing down.
Something very interesting that happened to me. Like I said, I was always an A kind of student. That's just the way I was created. You know, so I had a lecturer who had a problem with me because I wanted to study law. And he told me that since I felt English language wasn't good enough, he would make sure I wouldn't graduate from the department. So he made life difficult. And I didn't know what to do. I couldn't understand because I spent a good portion of my life abroad. So this sounded really strange to me. All I could do was cry. And eventually, I did graduate from English department after a lot of issues that really were not there. So many scripts got missing. It was so crazy. Now, the funny thing is, of course, I didn't like the course anymore. It was a nightmare going to school, but I just had to finish it because that's what I was doing. And that's what would get me a job, isn't it? So I wasn't good at phonology. To tell you the truth, it's not difficult. Today, I train people in phonology, and I make them ace it. But you see what God did for me? I went to Nigeria Broadcast Academy in Lagos, and I'll always give honors to that school. I had a very kind HOD, and he took his time to put me through some of these things. What I couldn't learn in 4 years, I learned in 2 weeks. And I made a distinction from Nigeria Broadcast Academy. We're just two in my set. So that kind of comparison, where scripts are getting missing and you don't even know what to make of the result, and then you have an A on the other side. How do you balance that?
It happens.
Good. So the thing is, I passed through the university system for 4 years plus and didn't learn a particular course, yet because the skills taught in that aspect, I mean the aspect of a broadcast presentation was excellent. It was a practical thing. I learned it in 2 weeks as against 4 years.
Now what beats me is if the private sector can actually get involved in these things and do them well. What's wrong with the government schools? You know, adopting it or even liaising with these people. For instance, if I'm doing English and there's no language lab, and there are some maybe around where I am, you could actually push in people to go in there, liaise with these people at a very reduced cost, and people leave the school and learn what they are supposed to do. All right, more reactions. It says, as you're discussing, please advise NUC, that's the Nigerian University Commission, to look into issues of admission into university. People pay up to 200,000 to secure admission. This happened in a university in South Nigeria, or one has to have a godfather. That's sad. You mentioned something like that already. And somebody is talking from, it says it's Elder Abuchi Ike Guanu from Umahia, Abia State. The strike and education in Nigeria. The challenges are, one, he atomized it. I guess this person must be a teacher. Fault leadership in our educational sector. Inability to pay, monitor, and move education forward. There are rules in business. The private schools bear risk, and public schools, who will bear the risk? Okay, the private schools bear the risk. The private, I mean, we are the government. We should be able to, you know. I'll let you react to that, but let me just quickly take some more and let you people react. Ayomide from Ibadan, a student of Polytechnic in Ibadan. The most problem we have in our schools are equipment problem. They didn't provide what we needed for us. Well, Ayomide.
That's a Polytechnic.
Is a Polytechnic.
They're supposed to do
Okay. Corruption in Nigeria higher institution is alarming. TED fund money is mostly ends up in the pockets of the principal officers of institution. That's Dominion speaking. And the last one before we go to you. During the Olubon, I don't know, the most wise, life was a full wisdom. I don't know. Please, when you write, try not to abbreviate, try to be easier for us. And good morning to you all. I wish to say that our lecturers have lost the passion to teach, and this is key. It's not all about money, but the passion to impact matters a lot, knowing that they are building blocks of the nation. Thank you. This is very touching, very touching. You know, my mom was a teacher, and I know that even after she retired, she continued teaching, not for pay. During holidays, during holidays, I saw her, you know, constantly teaching people. It was always come. What did you learn? People that didn't even. That's what I think. It's not like how much will you pay me. You call your neighbor, who's a teacher. Please, could you help me solve my daughter's mathematics assignment? I don't understand this. Say, why is this woman bothering me? How much is she paying me? I think teachers, real teachers, is something that should come from inside. You're wanting to impact. You're wanting to pour out. I don't know. Maybe it's still the part of, like you said, appointing VCs and appointing lecturers based on who knows who.
I think for every career, the passion is core. You need to have a passion for what you want to do. There are those who see certain careers as just business making. And once you have that attitude into teaching, you're definitely going to have problems. So there are lots of people who in the university system as academics who do not even want to be what they are. They possibly just got this job because at the time there was somebody there to give them these jobs.
It's unfortunate. Let's okay. You want
that for me? It's not just in the teaching profession; it's what our society has evolved to be. There are a lot of people who have lost that passion to do what they are cut out to do. One, because of the fact that maybe when they were growing up, they had put their mind on a certain profession, but their parents asked them to do something else. So they go into that profession and they don't deliver. Because you ask yourself, for instance, take a nurse. Why did you go to study nursing when you will give stress to your patient that comes to the hospital?
Exactly.
So why would you go to study to become a lecturer when you cannot impart knowledge? You know, so it is a society that has brought that. And the fundamental thing that has brought that is, I may be wrong, but that's my own personal conviction. You see somebody who maybe didn't have a job and suddenly he or she wins an election. And in 3 months, the person who didn't have a job, who couldn't even pay rent, puts up a mansion. He's riding the best cars. Exactly. And you that have gone to school, burnt the candles, your shoe is bent. You can't even get a job. You go there and you are bowing down for the person. What will you do? If
It's
that is the way,
frustrating.
this one does not pay me. Maybe this one will be the one that will pay me. And so let me put my eyes there. Then when you now look at, again, you look at the priorities of government. How much total of our budget is for education, is for health, things that matter, sectors that help to build our economy. And even when you are making this budget, what plans for sustainability? Any plan for the future generation? We don't have it. We were in this country where people talked about Udoji. Some of us read about it, about Udoji, where people were now being paid over 100% of their salaries. What did we do of that? If the money comes and we finish it, there's no planning. We keep borrowing. And because when we borrow, there's no plan. You want to pay back that money you have borrowed.
Yes,
you are eating into the
to
future
pay back.
generation. So I heard of when people went to school, they said they were giving them one whole chicken. I didn't get one whole chicken. When I went to school, we were doing 101. We were doing 101.
Yes. Okay. Some of us did 010.
We had those formulas. But each time people come say, in our days, those that went to school in those days, they are the ones who were not supposed to help us sustain that system and that tradition, so that we too, if they ate one chicken, we can eat one goat.
Let's quickly take this in our time is almost up. I'm happy for this program. You people, please help us beg our governor to pay the primary school teachers their wages. That's coming from Norma Wosu, and it says it's writing in from Abba. Okay, so good morning. I really enjoyed this educational talk. Please, the rector of Yaba should please open the portal for payment for the second semester. Somebody wants to pay school fees. Please, rector, open this to let us pay school fees. My name is, and I love what you people are saying. All right, my time is up. Just one more. Good morning, guests. Please, university is supposed to be solution center. All this money is given to ASU. Part of it should channel into research work. That's Kevin from Oka. That's exactly what we'll be saying. And my time is almost up.
Quickly say this. There's need also for the political class to set up educational loan scheme for citizens. I think when you do that, you set up educational loans of very, very long periods, not just 5-10 periods, and ask them to pay back. So that when they are done from the school, they could start paying gradually from their earnings.
All right, thank you very much. It's been wonderful speaking with all of you, the Honorable Mem Faith, Linux.
Thank you so very much.
All right, we'll see you again next week. We can't exhaust this.
So much.
All right, thank you very much. And please, whatever you do, be a good citizen. And wherever you find yourself, make sure you work because you love your job. Money will roll in later. Bye.
Definitely.
You can follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook at NTA Network News, Instagram at NTA Network, Twitter at NTA News Now, YouTube at NTA News Online. Or visit www.nta.ng. For live streaming, visit www.nta.ng/live. Now, you can stay updated on the go, be it on your TV, iPhone, laptop, or iPad, or download the NTA mobile application from your Play Store or App Store. NTA, you can beat the rich.
I am Elizabeth. I am here to talk about facts. There is so much misinformation and distortion out there, especially on the social media. All it takes is just a click and the fake news goes viral. However, here in NTA, we deal with facts.
My job is to go out there and comb for factual news and information just the way it is. all in the interest of the nation. I'm Naja'atu Tijani.
Here on the NTA, we present only the facts, verified. Beware of fake news, don't be a victim. Stay tuned to the NTA.
Especially at this time of the coronavirus pandemic.
My name is Nnamdi Ojipo.
Principal representatives abroad, we must therefore intensify efforts to leverage on available opportunities.
President Buhari tasked newly appointed envoys to carry out assignments with courtesy, commitment and efficiency. Federal government pledges massive support investments in Lagos State towards boosting its economic potential. Former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar urges state governments and people to take full responsibility of their utterances in the face of the current ethnic intolerance. Hello, welcome to the news at 10 on NTA News 24. I'm Musbadan Wahab. Thanks a lot for joining us. Reports just reaching us says that armed bandits have attacked a government science college, Kagara, in Niger State. The bandits were said to have abducted some students and staff of the college, but the number is yet to be ascertained. Meanwhile, the Niger State governor, Abubakar Sani Bello, is holding security meeting on ways to address the security challenge. I'll bring you details of that in our subsequent bulletins. Meanwhile, Governor Abubakar Sani Bello of Niger State is seeking more of federal government intervention to tackle the rampaging menace, noting that banditry has become a nightmare in the state, hence the need for a fresh, sustainable and multi-dimensional strategy that will neutralize both the bandits and their informants. Reacting to the recent killing of a village head of Kusheriki in Rafi local government area, Masoud Abubakar, an abduction of his wife, children and some others by armed bandits, Governor Bello described as callous and regrettable the murder of a traditional title holder. The governor, in a statement by his chief press secretary, Mary Nurberge, said the increasing activities of kidnappers and bandits in the state is becoming a nightmare to the people. It challenged the security agencies to intensify their search to fish out and ensure that the perpetrators of such heinous acts are brought to justice. The governor said the state governments will not be deterred nor discouraged by the recent turn of events, stressing that the existing collective resolve of governments, security agencies and the people must be sustained to checkmate the situation. Now, away from that, the newly appointed ambassadors, consuls general and charge the affairs of the country have been tasked to attend to all Nigerians that come their way with utmost dignity, respect and promptness, declaring open an induction as well as orientation exercise for the newly appointees. President Muhammad Buhari said they must at all times provide necessary assistance to those in need with courtesy, commitment and efficiency. State House correspondent Adam Musambo has the reports.
Primary responsibilities of Nigeria in the countries you are posted rest on you. I urge you to go out and serve with uttermost dedication and pride.
In doing so, President Muhammadu Buhari said the new envoys must not forget to effectively represent Nigeria and project her as great and indivisible nation, as well as a very attractive investment destination.
As principal representatives abroad, you must therefore intensify efforts to leverage on available opportunities, as well as your goodwill, to help deliver prosperity to the millions of Nigerian citizens at home and the country you are posted. Your comportment, courage, conduct, and ability to multitask must be exemplary. Humility and firmness are attributes that can earn you and your country respect and recognition. These attributes must remain with every one of you in the fulfillment of your duties.
The president enumerated 9 priority areas, including building a thriving and sustainable economy, fighting corruption, enhancing social inclusion and poverty reduction, attaining energy sufficiency in power and petroleum products, improving security, and expanding access to quality education, healthcare, and productivity of Nigerians as guiding principles for the nation's policy direction and thrust.
I therefore urge all of you to be guided by these identified priority goals, as well as your various station charters, which highlight specific mandates and guidelines on government's expectations. We expect you to fight hard for Nigeria and for Nigerians abroad. You must strive to promote trade, human capacity development, foreign direct investment, and other areas of cooperation with countries at national and multilateral levels to support our national growth and development.
And as national and global resources continue to shrink as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, President Buhari made a case for the global community to commit itself resolutely to concerted actions towards fighting and defeating what he called the common enemy together.
Nigeria's diplomacy must make sufficient contributions to common global challenges on how this health pandemic can be contained and eventually defeated. But we must not forget the traditional challenges of terrorism, violent extremism, climate change, poverty, and other manifestations of insecurity, as well as the proliferation of small arms and light weapons, which have negatively impacted Nigeria and Africa, remain part of our nation's critical challenges.
The president implored the new envoys to pay due attention to these continuing challenges in order to register successes for Nigeria and Nigerians as the country engages the world. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Still coming from the State House, Nigeria's principal envoys also expected to prioritize on more engagement of foreign partners in all diplomatic platforms to attract huge foreign direct investments. At this time, Nigeria is diversifying the economy and changing the global perception about the country. These are some of new tasks for Nigeria's ambassador-designate. Diplomatic correspondent Usman Aliyu reports.
Nigeria, being the most connected diplomatic power in Africa, an international profile which President Buhari has been building since 2015, seeks to put the country at the center of global affairs and as well expand the international reach. And that is why the government policies seek huge infrastructure funds from partner nations to create new capital projects and trading corridors. The tasks and engagement here are another efforts in establishing a robust diplomatic infrastructure and a practical step to bolstering Nigeria's diplomatic influence.
The result of the Buhari doctrine is that Nigeria is on good terms with every country in the world, no exception. So this fact alone will make your jobs as envoys of Mr. President much easier.
It is vital that your undertakings on behalf of the country validate the trust and confidence by your sovereign, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
You are all aware that His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari is deeply committed to strengthen diplomatic ties with other countries.
You must brace yourself for both the honor and the challenges that go with your new positions.
96 ambassadors designate, 8 consuls general, and 5 charge d'affaires are going out for the Nigerian missions. In Abuja, Usman Aliu, NTA News.
And away from that, President Muhammadu Buhari has pledged that the federal government will support more massive investments in Lagos State towards boosting its economic potential as one of the world's fastest growing megacities. The president made the pledge in a video goodwill message to the Ehigbeti Lagos Summit. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo has the reports.
The Lagos Economic Summit 8 in the series has as its theme for a greater Lagos, setting the tone for the next decade. President Muhammadu Buhari told participants that his administration recognizes Lagos as central to the economic fortunes of Nigeria and has in the last few years demonstrated commitment to supporting it unleash its full socio-economic potential.
The challenges of Lagos must therefore be very clearly seen as part of the challenges of Nigeria. And the federal government will support Lagos to overcome the challenges and to thrive socially and economically. One of the significant ways in which our support has manifested to Lagos State is the sufficient federal funding that we approved in 2020 in acknowledgement of the state being an epicenter of the coronavirus pandemic.
He said apart from granting approval to the Lagos State government to rebuild the International Airport Road, the Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund is also investing in the reconstruction of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway as well as Apapa Oshodi Onushakin Expressway, a flagship project of the government's road infrastructure tax credit scheme. The standard gauge railway linking Lagos to Ibadan, the president said, is also being completed and milestone extension achieved into the port complex in Apapa, while approval has been granted for the upgrade and development of the National Theatre into a world-class creative hub with the enterprising young Lagosians as biggest beneficiaries.
Speaking of young people, we are aware of just how central they are to the Lagos economy and to Nigeria as a whole. In the creative arts, culture, and technology sectors, we are determined to continue to open up opportunities by which they can achieve their dreams and aspirations, as well as thrive in a safe, secure, and increasingly prosperous country. Let me also acknowledge and salute the fact that we have a forward-looking administration in Lagos that is focused on infrastructure and on improving the ease of doing business and the overall quality of life of all Lagosians.
President Buhari enjoined participants to come up with a practical master plan for achieving a Lagos that is not only innovative and productive, but ensures that its economic prosperity leaves no one behind. From the State House, Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
This is the news at 10 on NTA News 24, reaching you live from Abuja. We're taking a break. More news in just a moment. Stay with us. Thanks a lot for staying tuned into the news. Today is Ash Wednesday, as a day that marks the beginning of 40 days Lent, and is always 40 days before Easter service. A service is usually observed on Ash Wednesday, with ashes placed on the foreheads of worshippers. The Lent is a 40-day season marked by repentance, fasting, reflection, and ultimately celebration. This period represents Christ's time of temptation in the wilderness, where he fasted and was tempted by Satan. Christians are set aside this time of the year to seek God's face in true repentance and hope for God's divine intervention. The season is climaxed with Easter Sunday celebration. Now, joining me via Zoom to discuss further on this important day or religious day is Reverend Father Kelvin Aneto, Catholic Diocese of Uromi, Edo State. Thanks a lot for joining us, Reverend Father.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure. Now, let's start by asking you the significance of this day, Ash Wednesday. Almost everyone out there has been hearing about Ash Wednesday, but what about the significance and why Ash in this day?
Well, why Ash on this day? Biblical tradition has it that when persons wrong God in the past and they sit down on ashes, wear sackcloth, it was symbolic of penitence. It was symbolic of penance. So today, all over the world, Catholics will come together and begin a 40-day period by three cardinal pillars: prayer, fasting, and of course, almsgiving. So there are biblical examples going back to Genesis chapter 37 of when Jacob, you remember when he thought he had lost his son Joseph, he tore his garment and placed ash on his head as a sign of sorrow and deep distress. So these 40 days for us Catholics is a period to atone for our sins, to pray, to give alms, and ultimately, when ashes are distributed today, we are reminded that we are dust, and to dust we shall return.
Thank you a lot, Reverend Father. Now, after this Ash Wednesday, what are those things expected of Christians, especially through the Lenten period?
Like I already told you, Ash Wednesday begins a 40-day period where we, as a matter of fact, engage in various acts of self-mortification, self-denial, penance, in order that our spirit man, so to speak, can come more alive. So when we abstain from all of those things we find pleasure doing, we begin to give more life, more attention to our spirit and to our spirituality. So that helps us prepare, that helps us journey with Christ through this period of suffering, of agony, in anticipation of the joy of Easter. So during this period, Catholics all over the world and some other Christians will engage in acts of fasting, in acts of charity, of course, in praying, as we ultimately wait for the suffering, death, and resurrection of Christ.
Definitely, this will be another opportunity for Nigerians, particularly Christians, to use this opportunity and help Nigeria with prayers because of the prevailing situations we're having in parts of the country. So what will be your advice to Christians as regards this period?
Yeah, to a very large extent, Christianity has become very nominal. Very many of us do no longer take to heart the precepts of Christianity. In other words, we have become more like hypocrites. So Ash Wednesday and indeed the whole period of Lent reminds us to match our talk with our actions. So this is a time when, as Christians, as Catholics, more so as Nigerians, we should go back to trying to make sure that our actions actually reflect our Christianity. It's very common for many folks today to go into churches and get the ash smudges on their heads. But what is not very common is that many folks would actually pay more attention to their actions. So while it is important to get the ash smudges on our heads, it is perhaps much more important to do good, to engage in those acts of selfless service, which make us truly ambassadors of Christ. And that is why the prophet Joel, in the first reading of today, reminds us that it's not just about tearing our clothes, it's more about rending our hearts. So it's more about making sure that the Christianity which we profess actually matches what we do. So more of action, more of positive growth, and then more of selflessness and sacrifices during this period.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father Kelvin Aneto, Catholic Diocese of Uromi, Edo State. We appreciate your time and perspective this morning.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Right. Now, moving on to the National Assembly, as the senators received executive communication from President Muhammadu Buhari requesting the confirmation of the appointment of Abdulrasheed Bawa as chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Nkwo reports.
The announcement of the receipt of presidential request for the confirmation of Abdulrasheed Bawa as substantive chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission preceded the day's parliamentary business.
Appointment of Abdulrasheed Bawa as chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The curricula vitae of the nominee is attached herewith.
For the past 6 years, the anti-corruption outfit has been without a substantive chairman following the rejection of Ibrahim Magu by the 8th Senate in 2 separate occasions. The Chartered Institute of Forensic Investigative Professionals of Nigeria Establishment Bill, sponsored by Senator Yahya Abdullahi. The bill to amend the Firearms Act of 2004 to provide for stiffer penalties, sponsored by Senator Ubasani, and the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Amendment Bill, sponsored by Senator Hezekiah Dimka, all passed second reading.
The Principal Act imposed a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years or to a fine of 20,000 or both. The amendment is seeking to increase the option of fine from 20,000 to 100,000.
Senator Oluremi Tinubu drew the attention of the Senate on the need for the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control to ensure adequate regulation, importation, production and sale of cosmetics in Nigeria, while the motion by Senator Bio Barakuma Degi Eremyowo called on the federal government to establish cottage industries in all the 774 local government areas in Nigeria.
Mandate the Committee on Health to investigate the procedures in place for certification or quality and safety for cosmetics and propose a way forward for accountability.
And those who fail to go in line with established regulations, the full weight of the law must be brought to bear on them.
Massive rural-urban drifts has led to deplorable working, living conditions and pollution, child labor, and acute food shortages.
5 bills passed first reading. These include a Whistleblowers Protection Bill. From the National Assembly, Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
The Speaker, House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has urged the police to ensure speedy and thorough investigation on the recent violence in Shasha area of Oyo State. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports that this is to enable prosecution and punishment of those who instigated and participated in the mayhem.
The unfortunate killings and destruction of property, the Speaker noted, are manifestations of the danger Nigerians face as a people. He commiserated with all victims, adding that the House will work to avoid a reoccurrence, just as it aligns itself with the initiative of Mr. President of setting up a committee mandated to build the peace. The House, he says, will constitute a group to work with the committee.
Let me reiterate that we have a greater responsibility to keep the peace in our country. And to do that, we must first commit ourselves to the cause of equal justice and fair treatment for all. Only then can we wage peace with resolve, secure in the knowledge that with peace, a more prosperous union is within reach.
The lawmakers during plenary passed a resolution advising opinion leaders to avoid inflammatory or inciting comments as moved by Representative Dachung Bagos, and called on the police to address security breaches in parts of Abia State as moved by House Deputy Chief Whip Nkiruka Onyejocha.
To all the Inspector General of Police to prioritize the security of those government areas and arrest the criminal.
The House also resolved to investigate the utilization of the billions of naira made available to agencies by the federal government as intervention fund from 2015 to 2020, as moved by Representative Henry Wauba. The need for the Independent National Electoral Commission to review upward the number of state constituencies across the country, raised by Representative Moraino Ajibola, got the nod of House members.
Section 91 of the Constitution provides that the House of Assembly of a state shall consist of 3 or 4 times the number of seats the state has in the House of Representatives.
Among bills that passed second reading are a bill to establish National Power Training Institute of Nigeria, sponsored by Representative Wale Raji, and the bill seeking the establishment of Federal University of Education, Pankshin Plateau State, from Representative Yusuf Gagdi. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
Away from the National Assembly, concerned by the growing ember of disunity, anarchy and disintegration in the country, especially in the last couple of days, former head of state, General Abdusalami Abubakar, has urged state governments and people of vested interest to tone down their rhetorics and take full responsibility of managing divergent voices within their states. The former military leader, who was speaking at a press conference in Mina over the state of the nation, passionately appealed to all Nigerians to embrace peace. Fatima Usman has more.
General Abdusalami Abubakar, who was re-echoing the voice of the National Peace Committee, said the last thing needed at the moment is ethnic attacks, considering the incessant security challenges bedeviling the country. He said projections foresee harvest as a serious challenge this year in view of the security challenges around the country, hence the need to rally government, make required sacrifices, and remain vigilant while standing by one another.
We appeal to the governors, the chief security officers of the various states, to please seize their swords, tone down their rhetoric, and take full responsibility for managing the divergent voices and frustration within their states.
General Abdusalami Abubakar, while appreciating the measures being explored by President Muhammadu Buhari to lower the tension, challenged the security chiefs and the Inspector General of Police to step up their efforts.
We appeal to the new service chiefs and IG to rise to the urgent demands of the moment by rallying their troops and designing the best strategy for ending this tragic war that has continued to consume and destroy the foundation of our dear country.
The elder statesman then implored the traditional institutions, religious leaders, non-governmental organizations, and development partners to mobilize and advocate peace and harmony. In Mina, Fatima Usman, NTA News.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Hello and welcome to another fantastic edition of Visual Impressions on NTA. I am Omar Mohammed. Now, on the last episode, I gave you a snippet into the collections and recollections exhibition organized by Professor Jacob Jari, which held at the Third Pyramid Art Center here in Abuja. And you know what? A lot of art enthusiasts came in en masse to view the historic moment of the one-time head of Department of Fine Art, Ahmadu Bello University. Please, let's all take a look.
Professor Jacob Jari recently had his exhibition in Third Pyramid Art Center, Abuja, titled Collections and Recollections. The works, which were collected from various artists and his, were aesthetically displayed for art lovers to view. The works were mostly abstract in nature, but with a realistic sense. The panoramic display of the works were captivating to artists and art enthusiasts. Most of the guests that were present were lost in the world of his calm and soothing works, which actually represented the harsh realities of life, especially in Nigeria.
I wanted to talk about this work because in the catalog, when I read what the painter did, she said she went out to get a sketch because the teacher said she should go and get a sketch. And so when she went, she saw some women sitting by North Gate. North Gate is one of the gates in Ahmadu Bello University. And they were sitting around the North Gate. So when she approached them to take a sketch or to take a photograph, this particular woman was sitting and absent-mindedly, without any interest in her whatsoever. And she was wondering why the woman would not show any interest. She didn't say she liked to be photographed. She didn't say she didn't like to be photographed. And in her, she decided that maybe there were lots of things that were going on in her mind. And the first time I looked at the work, actually, I saw a replica of the kind of thing that Rembrandt went through when he was painting old men. At one point, he didn't have money. And so he decided to paint in faces of people, particularly himself, because he couldn't hire a model. And so in this woman, I see a woman who had given up. And the artist, and I'm hoping she will be here, said that that was what captured her interest in order to paint her. And when I saw the work, I told her if she could kindly sell the work. She refused to sell and gave it to me free, which is why I like the work a lot.
I do not think that I was recognized to do this because I'm head of fine art. But I think I was recognized to do this because I am the first professor that Professor Gary produced. I, like other friends and students of Professor Gary, who he has produced about 4 or 5 professors. And we have another 6 in the making. We thought of this erudite artist and art teacher, because some of us encountered him when we wouldn't call him lecturer, we call him art teacher because he was teaching in the College of Education. Former Vice Chancellor from Abuja University, Professor Abdullah Imadou Obek, said put your thoughts in a book so that when you die we won't have to remove your brain and put in the library for people to scan. So that is what we have done here. We have put all our thoughts, his influences, both on our social life, our academic life, but most of all in our artistic development. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to the glory of God this book, Perspectives and Encounters on Jacob Jari's Artistic Sojourn at 60. Thank you so much.
Born on the 19th of April in 1960, Plateau State, Nigeria, he trained as an artist at the Department of Fine Arts in Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and holds a master's degree in art history and painting. With numerous selected exhibitions to his credit, he was appointed as a lecturer in his alma mater and also as a professor of fine arts in Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria.
It's an exhibition that is like different artists from different generations. He has people who are his contemporaries, he has people who are his teachers, and he has people who are his students in this exhibition. So it's a fantastic gathering of artwork from different genres, different kind of styles, and different personalities. It's been a long time, even before COVID, where you've had this exhibition that has this level of fairness and this level of sophistication.
I really love the ambience here. It's just exciting seeing all the students who've gathered here, who are also students of Professor Jacob. The ambience is really beautiful. As you can see, it's very lively. I really appreciated seeing all the different kinds of artworks that they have exhibited here. And it's a pleasure to be able to be here and enjoy this moment with everybody here. But I really liked, there was a bust of a lady over there at the back. I think it was made out of fiberglass. And I really appreciated it because it caught my attention. The detailing of the work was really beautiful. And I think I've also enjoyed seeing the portraits. The expressions on the faces of the people make you wonder what was on the mind of the artists as they were, putting together all those work. But everything so far that I've seen have been really beautiful, regardless of what art form that they've been.
The title of this work is Just Believe. It's a mixed media painting. Used charcoal, oil color, a little bit of acrylic. I was just thinking about the plight of Nigerian families. A lot of Nigerian families have been going through, the trauma, people who have lost their loved ones, their children. And that was what moved me to make this painting. And the painting is actually speaking to those people, hey, don't despair. Yes, things are not looking very bright right now. Don't despair, but there is hope. Just believe. If you look at the figure, she looks dejected, overwhelmed. And then there's this stream of red fluid. So you find the bloodshed and all that in the land. And today we see all that playing out with the NSAS protest and everything that is going on. So basically that's what this painting is all about?
This is my painting. It's titled African Mask. The history behind this painting, it's one of those paintings that I've done that was not planned for. It's just an idea that came into mind when I remember the culture, African culture, where we make use of these lines you can see. They are just depicting scarification that is very common with the African man or as part of people in Nigeria. And also, the medium that was used here was oil.
These works you see are actually partly given by students, but some of them I bought. This specific work I bought from a student. I bought from the student because I thought it had so many things hidden in the work. The first thing you will notice is that there's a color wheel. So if you checked, you will see that blue and red when mixed will give you a different color. When you mix blue and yellow, you get green. When you mix green and other so when you check around, you find that it actually portrays a color wheel. In the middle is a jerry can, but this is the only jerry can that has a lid. And so you begin to wonder, why did the artist decide that it was going to be just one jerry can that had a lid? And it is the one that emanates or radiates light. And so sometimes when you check, you find that maybe the jerry cans look like human beings. They look like human beings. And the one in the middle, maybe either the king or the queen, and all of them seem to be protective, but maybe they're also agitating. And that was why I thought it was a very, very successful work, which is why I thought I should own it.
The title of this work is Showers of Blessings. I trained under Professor Jacob Jari. He supervised my PhD work, and it's a work I gave to him in appreciation for what the time he took to supervise my work. Showers of Blessing is metaphorically also referring to him because he's somebody that is very good, kind, a hard worker, and I actually appreciate the way he took time to go through my work. And in reference to that, looking at him and looking at the way people are drawn to him, you know that he's a man that is blessed. Like in the work, you see a man here being showered by many blessings from above. You know, I extend it to the fact that blessing doesn't really stop, when it has to do with material things. When you have people, like there's a saying in my place that if you have people, you have more than wealth. And that is what Prof has. So this is like a direct reference to him, that he's a man that is blessed. It's a work that was achieved by using drip mixture of enamel and glue, a technique I've been working on from 2000.
Yeah, he speaks a lot of volume. Art speaks more than voice. Art is like, it's like an imbued memory. When you see them, you trigger a lot of things. And seeing this environment has actually brought back a lot of memories, because the artist here was somebody that I grew up under him, and sitting down with him, when putting up a lot of this work here, bring back a lot of memories back then in Zaria.
Jacob Jari is a Nigerian post-war and contemporary painter whose works have been offered at auctions multiple times, with prices ranging from $3,500 US to $8,000 US. depending on the size and medium of his artwork.
I know there will be so much to learn from the collection he's going to put together. Aptly titled The Collection and Recollection of an Artist. Shows that it's not just an off-court event, it's an assemblage of artistic heritage over the years. Like he has said, this is a collection put together in the last 40 years. So today I've gone around and I see even works of some of my colleagues back in Maiduguri, some of my former students in Maiduguri. So this is not just all about Ahmadu Bello University. Some of our students went to Ahmadu Bello to further their education. They did marvelous paintings there.
The most captivating of his works is the Bullet series with an underlying message. The surface of the canvas is defaced with holes to give an impression of a bullet-reading surface created by red-hot metal. The salvaging process, which is a designing aspect, involves the covering of the holes with selected pieces of fabrics, either by improvisation or construction. Jacob refers to this manner of expression as the Bullet Hole series.
Well, that painting was conceived to answer a question regarding the expression of Africans. Most non-Africans will recommend that we should express ourselves in a primitive form. And that has been a debate that has been going on for a long time. For some of us Africans, we do not think that we have to go back and borrow from our ancestors because they didn't borrow from any other ancestors. Actually, if you look at what they had produced. So if you didn't experience it, it's, emotionless. So in my attempt to ridicule that recommendation by some people that Africans should express themselves primitively, I thought I should create this work. If you look at the work, there are holes that I have drilled through them. And after drilling the holes, I tried to imitate, so to speak, something that had been recommended. That is the primitive aspect. So these silhouettes you see are actually borrowed from the primitive art. But if you checked, you'll find that behind there are some fabrics that I've used to seal those holes. Now, it gives you a bigger picture of what I'm trying to express. Apart from the fact that I address this primitive, cause, there's also the feeling that Nigeria had been traumatized, particularly during, the military era, because this concept started when, the military was still in charge. And so I felt that our world had been riddled by bullet holes. So I actually call this painting Bullet Hole series. And so the holes that you see imitate bullet holes. But my thinking is that if we came together as a nation, we could salvage ourselves, and which is why you find that the fabric is supposed to salvage the holes, to seal the holes, so that it becomes whole again.
The very dynamic environment here has given me a taste of what the arts community here in Abuja is like, but I also have met artists from all across Nigeria, so this is truly a national community that has benefited from having a place like this here in Abuja as a demonstration platform. So Professor Jari's works have been quite educational for me. I have met so many of his students here and admiring his use of mediums and colors and more to the point, the themes and concerns of Nigerians and their experience at this time. And so the idea for me to be such a newcomer here to Nigeria and to have the opportunity to come to this opening is like a treasure trove of new impressions and understandings of Nigeria. And this being the 60th year of our bilateral relationship with Nigeria, I couldn't think of a better way to start. I can tell you that the artists and their works are world class, and they clearly are looking not only to the past to inspire and inform their work, but also to the future. And they would be welcome in the artist community worldwide.
It's a unique opportunity to identify with someone who has progressed in life as a result of hard work. Today's occasion makes a lot of meaning to me because it's by no other person but one of our old students. Yeah, when I listen to him explain some of those things, honestly, to me as a layman, it made a lot of sense. Prior to his explanation, I didn't quite understand what they were all about. Like the one he showed there, which represent the welding of Nigeria together after the cracks as a result of the civil war.
My name is Kabir Kabo Usman. I am the Director General, International Center for Islamic Culture and Education, and I was former Director General, Center for Management Development in Shangisha, Lagos. I keep watching and watching and watching visual impressions in NTA. I'm very passionate about it, and I've been watching the program, and I will encourage each and every one of us to watch it.
Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, the Director General of the National Council for Arts and Culture, and also the President, World Craft Council, Africa region. I invite you all to get the best of art, craft, and culture by watching Visual Impression, a program that tells the story about life. Enjoy it and always watch.
The art scene in Nigeria has been very, very active, even though some of the artists and the art sector in general have been through a lot of challenges. So, we had a chat with the Director General of the National Council for Arts and Culture, Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, and he gave us an insight into some of those challenges faced by the sector.
This is a very, very important sector that can help to improve our lifestyle as a people, can help us as a people to create more jobs, indirect jobs in particular, and also to reduce crime. Because this sector is the highest employer it has the highest number of employment all over the world. So to me, yes, it is true. We've not been able to focus and tap the best out of the arts and craft sector, which this agency is trying its best now to change those narratives. It's very painful scenario that Plateau State was painted as an unsafe state. Plateau State was shown as if there's no any form of security there. Up till when we were leaving for Jos, people were telling us, why are you going to Jos? What's up? But all of these are fake news. All of these are purported by some selfish individuals who don't want progress for Plateau State. We went there for 10 days. We had a wonderful and colorful outing. Honestly, over 24 states of the Federal Republic met in the Plateau, and everything went well. We had a cultural market that was full of criminals. We have a cultural market that every form of drug, criminality, immorality, name them, they are all there. We've succeeded to take over the place. Some part of that land is being given to individuals, which is not allowed. So the Honorable Minister of FCT, the current minister, Madam Mohamed Bello, a great gentleman, has intervened that he will not be a minister and government land will be given to an individual. So he's working on it. He has given directives to give alternative land to those that either by mistake or by omission were given to them. That is where we are. Secondly, another person went and built inside the Adankra village who went to court. We are very organized people here. We respect constituted authority. Since he's in court, the same minister came up and said, no, there is need immediately for that person to be given whether alternative or whatever, so that 100% the land can remain to NCAC for development of the Nigerians of today and the unborn Nigerians. This is issue of posterity. And I must be unfair if I don't commend the Inspector General of Police, Mala Adamu, who has been very supportive in making sure that land returned back to government. Up till last week, National Assembly asked me to give them a report because National Assembly is planning to call a public hearing if that will continue. Because that place would have created over 300 jobs for Nigeria. Direct, indirect, another 500. So that means 800 Nigerians have been denied their livelihood from that place. So we are worried and we want as soon as possible. We've built new toilets there. We've done some landscaping and redesigned the place. What we're just waiting for is to reconcile these two grey areas and we open up fully. We know all the foreigners go there to shop, etc. So we're just waiting. As soon as it is done, off we go.
With all the paintings you have seen so far on Visual Impressions, I'm sure you will now believe that anyone can be a successful artist with constant practice and dedication. I hope it has been a fantastic ride on Visual Impressions today and all year round. I hope to see you again next year on Visual Impressions. I am Omar Mohammed and I'm going to say to all my viewers, happy holidays.
You can follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook at NTA Network News, Instagram at NTA Network, Twitter at NTA News Now, YouTube at NTA News Online. Or visit www.nta.ng. For live streaming, visit www.nta.ng/live. Now, you can stay updated on the go, be it on your TV, iPhone, laptop, or iPad. or download the NTA mobile application from your Play Store or App Store.
Hello again, welcome to an update of the news on NTA News 24. Armed bandits have attacked Government Science College, Kagara in Niger State in the early hours of Wednesday. Eyewitness reports indicate that some staff and members of their families were also abducted by the bandits. Similarly, a number of students were also abducted by the bandits. The eyewitness said the bandits were well armed, moving from house to house of staff residing in the college, while a student was said to have been killed in the process. Meanwhile, the Niger State government has swung into action to immediately rescue the students. In a statement issued this morning, calls for calm from the parents as well as relatives of all abducted persons, as proactive action is on the way to arrest the situation. Presently, the state's governor, Abubakar Sani Bello, is in an emergency security meeting with all heads of security agencies in the state to strategize and bring an end to the wanton killings and abductions in the state. Concerned by the growing ember of disunity, anarchy and disintegration in the country, especially in the last couple of days, former head of state General Abdulsalami Abubakar has urged state governments and people of vested interest to tone down the rhetorics and take full responsibility of managing divergent voices within their state. The former military leader, who was speaking at a press briefing in Minna, Niger State's capital, over the state of the nation, passionately appealed to all Nigerians to embrace peace.
The chief security officers of the various states to please cease their swords, tone down their rhetoric, and take full responsibility for managing the divergent voices and frustration within their states.
Just to let you know that the fifth meeting of the Federal Executive Council for the year 2021 is underway at the Presidential Villa. President Muhammadu Buhari is presiding over the meeting, which is the 34th to be held partially online in compliance with COVID-19 safety protocol. And that concludes the news update at this time. Join us again at 1 for another one. Have a good day.
This is the network service of the NTA.
From all of us here in the house of Mima, how have you been? How's everything with you? I have missed you guys. And I want to appreciate you for all of the love, prayer, and support during the time that we're working hard to bring you new episodes of your show. As you know, it gets interesting and highly technical and very educative on the show. This season is going to be bigger and better, and I tell you, you don't want to miss any episode. The very first case we are treating is the case of something very extreme. It is called sadomasochism. The short form of it is called BDSM, where you tie or you inflict pain onto an individual for your own sexual satisfaction. It's going to get interesting today. We have clients in the house already, and my team members cannot wait to jump on this one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Lifelines with Mima. Before the break, I talked to you about a very delicate topic we're going to be treating today. With me now, I have Mr. Bayo. Let us meet him. Welcome, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for honoring our invitation.
It's my pleasure to be here.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask, what kind of marriage do you have? How would you rate your current marriage?
Mima, you know, there is no perfect human being on earth.
True.
And I swear there is no perfect marriage anywhere.
True.
But I would rate my marriage 85% perfect. Okay. 85%, yeah.
I see. Okay. And how about your sex life? Do you have a fulfilling sex life?
Of course. Wonderful sex life with my lovely wife. No challenges on that aspect.
Okay.
We are okay, we are good.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard about the word sadomasochism?
Sadomasochism. Okay. Yeah, of course. I have a little idea of that word. I think it has to do with violence, sexual violence or something like that.
I see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And is it something that you may be involved with?
Me? Mima, no. No such thing in my life. Abba.
Okay.
No.
I see.
Yeah.
All right then. A few days ago, we got a report. Somebody tipped us off that you practice this, and I'd like us to talk about it today. What is in it for you?
Me?
Yes.
Practice such an act? Abba. First of all, I don't cheat on my wife. That's
Okay.
number one.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, I don't discuss my sexual life with my wife. I don't discuss it with any other outsider. Who could be that person? No, that's not me. I don't involve in such an act. No.
Okay.
I don't think it's me.
Okay. Let's invite your wife then, and we'll take it from there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Before the break, I introduced you to Mr. Bayo, and with me now I have Mrs. Bayo, who has joined us. Welcome, madam.
Thank you very much.
And let's hear from her. Let's see. So, a few days ago, you reported a case of sexual violence between you and your husband. Please tell me, what really is this condition? What is this to you?
Oh, auntie. It's a terrible one. After 4 kids, my body is no longer flexible. Tying me with ropes like a Christmas goat. My legs wide open, like a woman in a labor room, beating and banging. It ought to be with joy and not pain. I am not enjoying it.
I see.
So painful.
And how long have you endured this? When did it start?
Oh. It all started like a joke. One day he came in and said we should try something naughty. We did it. Tying off my hands. And so on. I never enjoyed it.
I see. Oh, please calm down. Please calm down. Tell me, what kind of relationship do you have with him outside of the bedroom?
Mima, this is so pathetic.
I know.
I love my husband. He has been there for me, not just me, my entire family.
I see.
But our sexual life is like war.
So, you know how I picked you up from gutters, brushed you, refurbished you, not just you, but your entire family.
No, I can't.
The only thing you could do is to come here to embarrass me, to discuss our private life in public.
I need him to understand how to make love. It's not all about killing. I can die any moment. I think if he doesn't stop, I will have to quit. I will quit if he doesn't stop.
Calm down,
more, Mima. No
that's
more.
the only thing you know. That's only how you know to pay me back.
I am tired of this old scenario. How can he tie me up, strangle me? Is that love? Is that to make it tackle?
And we can't settle it at home. We cannot settle this at home.
I am tired of suffering in silence. This
You
is
will soon go back to your father's house. You are tired.
11 years.
Wow, 11 years is a long time.
We have 4 kids.
BC, I promise you, I will deal with you. You will pay for this.
Calm down, sir.
You will surely pay for this. I'm telling you, I swear.
Calm down, sir.
I swear with my father's grave, you will pay for this. I will deal with you.
Calm down, sir. Please,
I didn't know this. I didn't know. This is why.
I care not. What else would you do to me?
I never knew this why I was brought
here. You
want
to strangle me? You want to kill me? Sorry. Go ahead. I care less for anything.
You come back home to me.
Sir, you don't want your wife to get to a point that she's like this.
It's a private life.
Calm
my
down.
sexual life, she's discussing with some people less.
It's killing her slowly. You cannot continue like this. Please calm down and listen to her. Okay?
I love my husband. I know he can help me. I want him to help me. Let's stop. Let's resolve this whole thing. That's why I came here. Again, he has refused I do family planning.
I see.
Which has resulted into 4 abortions this year.
Could you stop this, BC?
This is crazy! I can't stop it! I'm going crazy!
So he forces you to have abortions?
Oh, yes.
Is this true, sir?
Oh.
Wow.
If this doesn't stop, I might lose it. I will just die.
You won't die. I'm so sorry.
In fact, if it doesn't stop it, I quit. I can't no more.
Quit because I'll so deal with. BC, I'll kill you. Watch and see.
Sir, let's not go down this route. Okay? Madam, please calm down. Take a minute. Please calm down. At this point, I think it's time for us to take the matter into our situation room. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, it's Lifelines with Mima. And today, we're treating the topic of Sado. Masochism. Heaven help me. Okay. As you've seen earlier, our client came with this issue. I'm here now with my teammates to discuss the matter and see what they would advise and what their various opinions are.
Well, BDSM is commonly practiced in the Western world, but it's kind of new here. Reported cases. It's actually okay if it's consensual. The two parties agreed to all acts. There's a safe word, but according to the information that came to us from our clients, this is not the case here. It's rather on the extreme. So it means it's a critical case that should be assessed, and we should actually give our advice and opinions on it. But I do think that we can give very good opinion on this. So.
Okay. How about you, Mrs. Elizabeth? What do you think about this subject?
In my own opinion, as a human being, marriage is meant to be enjoyed. But in this case, this woman has been, I don't know how to put it, enjoying it or enduring it for 10 years. Now she came up with the idea of, it's okay. I have had enough. My life is on the line. I have kids. I no longer want it. But this is the husband's way of life, or how to enjoy his wife. BDSM, as we have mentioned it, I think she needs help, and the husband needs more help.
I see. Okay. How about you, Malam Ajabo?
Thank
what do you think?
Very much. I don't need to even take. It's a very, very nice topic. Milma, you have done well. You see, there is an idiotic expression that says another man's food is another man's poison. 10 years is a very good time. So I don't think why the woman will come out at this particular time. She had not told us the whole truth. Is my opinion anyway. And remember, and don't forget, put it at the back of your head that marriages are for better, for worse. She had been in this business for 10 years. Why coming out now? It's like she has seen another partner. She is looking for escape route. They are in this thing together. So we have to really find out the root causes of the problem. Why she came to Milima.
Wow. Okay. Now, so moving forward now, if this becomes a case of, okay, she's saying he needs to get help or he needs to stop, and he is not willing to stop, what can she do to get out of this? Remember that her family, they are not so wealthy, and this man has been responsible for most of their financing. Even her sick mother, he's the one that pays. So part of the reason why she has endured this for that long is because of what he does for her and her family. So in this case now, she probably cannot afford a lawyer. So where does she go? What does she do if she wants out?
Well, I'm assuming they have kids already. They have kids.
They do have
so if they do have kids, and this is what the situation is, she can, and anytime she has a physical injury or anything, there's a provision for that. There's an agency that takes care of that, NAPEP, because we have a constitutional right to the dignity of person. Even in May 2013, the Violence Against Persons Bill was passed by the National Assembly. Yes, it's not a law right now, but it just indicates that there's support ready to be given. So if she goes to NAPEP and actually bring her issue before them, they may call the man and drop some kind of contract between them to protect her kids and also herself financially and all that. But I do believe that if they've been in 11 years of marriage, as she attempted having a real talk with her husband, if he can go for mandated therapy to see if it could possibly something that he could do to maybe make it safer, or if not totally eliminate it. Because I don't want to advise the first thing you have to do is leave your marriage. No, we have to try and see if we can do some consolation. But in the extreme event,
to this before we go,
let me add very quickly. You see, anybody that is doing well should continue doing well. For the woman, they should have what they call a heart-to-heart. Maybe they change style. It could be the room they are using. These are factors that could cause or trigger distance. Something you have enjoyed for 10, 11 years, you now come at the tail end that you don't want, let them go back to the drawing board and change another style. So that at the end of the day, everybody will be happy. Because the man is already used to this GSM, He is already used to. So to debrief him, it will take like another 10 years. So I think the woman should talk to the husband. Maybe they should change the environment. It will debrief the man. But in separating them totally, I think it is a very wrong move.
You don't agree with that?
No, I actually don't agree, because we should remember the fact that it was on the basis of his financial wealth and everything. She was at a disadvantage when they got married. She never at any point really enjoyed the act. She just endured the act. So at this point where she finally found her voice, she shouldn't be castigated in any form for finding her voice after 11 years. At any time, you are allowed and permitted to speak out when it's enough. So the man has to come to realization that this is the place she is at now, and he has to meet her halfway in order to keep this marriage. So the duty is actually on the husband to discharge right now, not on the wife, because the wife has endured this for so long. And of course, she has to consider her mother who was sick, and of course now her kids. So there are a lot of things that went along with it. That's the reason why. So you could say she was sentenced and was serving a sentence, but right now she's ready to speak up, and she shouldn't be. I don't think
she doesn't care what happens.
Yes, so I think she should be actually louder for what she did not.
Okay, what do you have to add to this before we go?
Well, finally, I agree to giving the man a mandatory therapy. Mandatory therapy, not asking him if he's willing to, because the woman has explained and has complained that she's no longer...
Yeah, well, the problem is that they have been in this marriage for 10 to 11 years, and they have brought this complaint to Milima. Our problem is to solve it for them. But you people have been silencing the woman. She will lose financially. She will lose the kid. What of the man? Aren't we considering the man? It's a party, both of them. Now we are just saying the woman, the woman. This man has been enjoying this thing for 11 years. Now you want to break his hand and remove it, and the man shouldn't cry? We too will have blood in our blood.
I see. What do you think?
Well, in this case, that is where we now need to reason with the man if this is what he enjoys doing. We cannot deprive him because, like you said, marriage is for better, for worse. And probably this is the worst. So how are we going to balance the equation? I think the man needs to undergo therapy. The therapy will come up because this act may be connected to a psychiatric problem. It may be a condition. Or we find out from the man if probably we need to trace back how he grew up or what has happened to him in the past that brought up this kind of act. If it is natural, then we have to find a balanced level for both of them to benefit. I think
Thank you so much. Yeah, for me, usually as therapists and counselors, we like to trace problems from the very beginning. Nobody is born that way. He must have picked it up from somewhere. Some of them have been sexually abused. Some of them have been introduced into sex in that violent manner. And so the only way they can get satisfaction is to engage in that. And of course, you know, it can have damaging effect, especially if the other party is not enjoying it. You know, it's okay. Whatever you do in your bedroom and you're both consenting adults, it's fine. But when you now have one party saying, hey, I can't take this anymore, then something has to be done. He will either take therapy or she walks out of the marriage. At the end of the day, I hope that they take the right decisions. I thank you all for your contributions. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It's still Lifelines with Mima, and we're still talking about sexual violence. In this case, I have with me Mr. Bayo and Mrs. Bayo. And they, before the break, told us what the problem is. Madam, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about your pain. I'm sorry that you had to carry this burden for so long. I know that your heart is breaking, and I appreciate the fact that despite everything, you still love your husband. And instead of thinking of running away, you are thinking of solutions. And there is true love, because true love stays. True love works through things. And so this is exactly what we're going to do for you. Please, sir, I want to expressly say to you that this is not right. This form of sex is acceptable if it is enjoyable by both parties. There are some women that don't mind being gagged during sex. They don't mind being handcuffed, tied up, beaten up. It is their own turn on, and that is fine. The problem now is that if you're addicted to that and your spouse doesn't like it, then you will have continuous issues. How we treat it, this particular condition in therapy, is we put you on medication. At the same time, we do a lot of psychotherapy for you, because this has to be traced from somewhere. Most people that do this have been sexually abused or molested at some point in their lives, and that's where they take this from. Or they've been through traumatic experiences that sort of turns things around for them. And so in therapy, what we're going to be doing is exploring that, finding out where this is even coming from, where it started from. And if need be, our psychiatrist will put you on medication while we work through therapy. And of course, your wife is broken emotionally too. She would need a lot of therapy. She would need a lot of psychotherapy, talking to her, counseling her, and all of that to bring peace back to your marriage. I'd like to ask, sir, please, would you commit to this process? Will you promise me that this treatment program, you will follow through it from now till 6 months, and at the end of the day, you come back to testify about the difference that you have felt?
Okay, that's fine. Initially, I was not. I'm sorry for my outburst of anger.
Okay.
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 It's all because of her actions and reactions towards that. I'm sorry for my outburst of
That's
wrath.
okay.
Okay.
That's okay.
I will think about it, but I will also plead that you cut the period of months shorter,
Okay.
so that it will not affect my work.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. We'll find a way around it. Madam, how about you? Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing. Anything that will bring peace back to my home. Anything that will bring love back.
I see. Thank you. There you have it. Healing has begun. Reconciliation has started. No matter how bad your situation is, there's nothing that you cannot turn around. There's no problem out there going as a team together that you may not be able to walk through. I'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. As you have heard and seen from our discussants and also the couple involved, sexual violence is a terrible thing. So many people have so different fantasies. The question is, how does your fantasy affect your partner? Does it matter, if your partner is not enjoying what you enjoy? Is it possible for you and your partner to get to a compromise, to a meeting point? Is it important as a young couple or even before marriage to expose your sexual fantasies, to let your spouse in on what he or she should be expecting from you, instead of waiting and going into a marriage and then you begin to exhibit things that are unimaginable? I don't judge people, and I don't advise anybody to judge people, but you see, it has to be mutual. When you have one person suffering, it's absolutely wrong. Another thing I must expressly state here is that this thing that you do, and you have men getting their wives pregnant and blaming their wives for being pregnant and eventually forcing them to go through having abortions, is horrible. If you do not want to have more children as a man, then you should take protective measures. You should protect yourself and your wife as well. It's really unfair and highly risky to continue to torment her by getting her pregnant and insisting that she terminates it. From all of us here, and until we see you next time, always remember that you don't need to go through life's issues alone. You know why? Nima cares.
This is the network service of the NTA.
that are not employed or underemployed.
I'm glad to have you join us again on the live broadcast of Senate plenary today, the 17th of 2021. Well, a few minutes ago, the Senate already reconvened for today's plenary. And then the Senate at the moment is yet to go into the other paper of the day. They are at the moment deliberating on some issues of urgent national importance. Well, as usual, we have with us here the chairman of Senate Committees on Rules and Business, Senator Sadiq Umar, who will be telling us what to expect in this sitting. Thank you for joining us again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, now just tell us in summary what's it's expected to transpire on the floor at today's plenary.
Yeah, today's plenary is in line with the key activities we are interested in for the year, for the months, as our business. You know, as you know, first, security is a major challenge for this country. Our economy is in trouble, and the COVID-19 pandemic is a major issue. So everything going on in the floor of the Senate right now is tailored around these three key areas. So as you can see, right now there's a debate going on national security. There's a declaring national emergency for security because of several insecurity going on. Beyond that, there are several bills to address economic challenges in this country. We have a bill, to retract, to reenact, the law that inclusive economic zone in this country. We are also interested in bills that affect the economic life. We have like 4 different will be taken now, aside that, there are the motion is addressing the economy as regards to the exorbitant fees charged by companies. So these are the 3 key areas we are interested in, these motions, and then most importantly, the Public Account Committee brought in a report to confirm the Auditor General for the Federation. So we'll be considering this today again. So you can see the strategy, economy, security and health is our priority as we.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Now I'll take you straight to the chamber to follow today's process.
And today we are still talking about it. While the security agencies are doing their best in the very difficult circumstances they find themselves. And I add here that our security agencies operate with very scant resources in terms of personnel, in terms of which we have to do so much to improve. I believe that there is need for something new, a different initiative. One is to protect our schools. And let's be a little bit clear about the incident of abducting students from schools. Almost all the incidents of abducting students from schools happen in northern Nigeria. And we all know how much effort our leaders of yesterday, probably right from independence, have worked so hard to ensure that children go to school in northern part of Nigeria. And with incidents like this, we will be reversing all the gains that were made in convincing parents and wards to take their children to school. So there's need for our security agencies and government to ensure that we come up with a strategy of ensuring security in schools. Because with this spate of kidnappings or abductions, definitely there will be that negative, adverse effect on the desire and willingness of parents to allow their children to go to schools. And the consequences of not going to school are better imagined in 21st century Nigeria or in 21st century world. So the new, or let me say, the service chiefs designate have their work and their tasks clearly cut for them. Part of what they are supposed to carry on board is how to secure our schools, in addition to so many other challenges that they have to deal with. I believe that the states need to be carried along because the schools belong to the states. So that partnership and cooperation between the security agencies and the states must be adhered to so that the states cooperate fully with agencies, security agencies of government. With that, let me pray that the whole country will be praying and will be waiting for abducted children to be returned back, secured and well. Thank you very much. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the first business of the day is the name of the Senator Stella Odua on the National Youth Service Corps NYSC Act N84 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 Amendment Bill 2021. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Sorry. Mr. President, distinguished senators, National Youth Corps ASCAP N84 Laws 2004 Amendment Bill 2021 SB 63, first reading.
National Youth Service Corps NYSC 4LFN 2004 Amendment Bill 2021 SB 63, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the second business of the day is the presentation in the name of distinguished Senator Michael Opeyemi Bamidele on the Family Support Trust Fund Act, Cap F4 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, Repeal Bill 2021. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Family Support Trust Fund Act, Cap F4, Laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 2004, Repeal Bill 2021, SB 537, first reading.
Family Support Trust Fund Act Cap F4 LFN 2004, Repeal Bill 2021 537, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the third business of the day is the presentation of our bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Abdul Fattah Buhari on the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria Act, Cap 11 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, Bill 2021. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria Act, Cap C11, Laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 2004, Amendment Bill 2021 SB 623, first reading.
Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria Act Cap C11 LFN 2004 Amendment Bill 2021 SB 623, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fourth business of the day is the presentation of our in the name of distinguished Senator Comrade Abba Moro on the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency NIMASA Act 2007, Amendment Bill 2021. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA Act 2007, Amendment Bill 2021, SB 632, first reading.
Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency NIMASA Act 2007, Amendment Bill 2021, SB 632, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fifth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Mohammed Sani Musa on the National University of Health and Medical Sciences Suleja Establishment Bill 2021. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, National University of Health and Sickness Suleja Establishment Bill 2021, SB 633, first reading.
National University of Health and Medical Sciences Suleja Establishment Bill 2021, SB 633, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the first order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee on Public Accounts on the screening of Mr. Ahugu Ahara Menla Adolphus for appointment as Auditor General of the Federation. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Matthew Orugide, Chairman of the Committee on Public Accounts, to move a motion for the presentation and consideration of the report.
Distinguished Senator Matthew Orugide, Aisa Bon Rio Dion.
Mr. President, my very distinguished colleagues, I'm Senator Matthew Urogide, Isaac Moriodron. I represent Edo South Senatorial District. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, to move that the Senate do receive and consider the report of the Committee on Public Accounts on the confirmation of the nomination of Mr. Agugu Adolphus Arotamela for appointment as Auditor General for the Federation. I so move, Mr. President.
Ibrahim Hassan Hadeja.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadeja, the Gawa Northeast. And by virtue of the the Senate President, Deputy Chairman of the Senate Committee on Public Accounts, I rise to second the motion moved by Senator Matthew Oregude to submit the report on the screening of the Auditor General of the Federation. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate do receive and consider the report of our Committee on Public Accounts, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Chairman, you may lead the report, please. Chairman, you may present the report, please.
Mr. President, my very distinguished colleagues, once again, I'm Senator Matthew Urogide. I represent Edo South Senatorial District. Mr. President, let me rise to present this report.
Chairman, you may give us an abridged, version, yeah. Use your mic, please.
It's on. Yes. The Senate will recall that at the sitting on Thursday, 11 February 2021, he considered the request of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, for the confirmation of the appointment of Mr. Awu Adolphus Arotomela as the Auditor General for the Federation. The request was subsequently referred to this committee at plenary, same day, 11 February 2021, for further legislative action. The committee was mandated to screen the nominee and report its within 2 weeks. The nominee appeared before the committee in Senate Hearing Room 4, National Assembly Complex, Abuja. The chairman welcomed the nominee and congratulated him on his nomination by Mr. President. The nominee was clearly told that the screening will be thorough and straightforward. The Senate and the nation expect him to justify the confidence reposed in him by this solemn nomination by Mr. President. During the screening exercise, Mr. Wu was put to task on matters of audit and public finance. His response to all issues raised were satisfactory beyond the expectation of the committee. It displayed competence, calmness, and adequate experience acquired over the years in the audit house. The committee is delighted to report to the Senate that the nominee has revealed sufficient talent to bear on the office of the Auditor General for the Federation in the course of his assignment when eventually confirmed by the Senate. Recommendation. The nominee was duly and thoroughly committed to the Constitution, the Senate rules, and the principles of the committee. The committee is satisfied with the qualification, performance, and suitability of the nominee for the position of the Auditor General for the Federation. Consequently, the committee is convinced that the nominee for the Auditor General for the Federation, Mr. Awu Adolphus, is eminently qualified to hold and conduct the affairs of the office he is nominated for. The committee hereby recommends Mr. Awu Adolphus Aromatella to the Senate for confirmation. Prayer. That the Senate do confirm the nomination of Mr. Awu Adolphus Aromatella for the confirmation of his appointments as Auditor General for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Conclusion. The Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, referred the screening of Mr. Awu Adolphus Aromatella, Mr. President nominee for the post of Auditor General for the Federation, to the committee for detailed legislative screening. He appeared before the committee and was duly screened in line with the outline rules of the exercise. In so doing, this committee assured that it conducted the matter fairly and thoroughly with a view to making far-reaching recommendations to the Senate. The Senate Public Accounts Committee strongly appreciates the President of the Senate, all principal officers, and indeed all senators for the unending support, confidence, and opportunity given to the committee to serve in this capacity. Members of the committee and secretariat are strongly recommended for their entire dedication to the committee. We so submit, Mr. President.
Leader of the Senate.
President, I move that the chair resolves into committee of the whole to consider the report. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, Those in favor of the motion that the Senate resolves into committee to consider the report of our committee, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, at this stage we will do approval. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Mr. Agugu Ohotemela Adolphus for appointment as Auditor General for the Federation? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, I rise to move a motion for the chair to resume plenary in order to report progress. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate reverse to plenary for the chair to report progress, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. You are welcome. The Senate in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Committee on Public Accounts on the screening of Mr. President's nominee for appointment as Auditor General for the Federation and approved the nomination of Mr. Agugu Adolphus Ohotemela as Auditor General for the Federation. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the... Thank you. Confirmation. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Mr. Agugu Ohotemela for appointment as Auditor General for the Federation? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Mr. Agugu Ohotemela Adolphus is hereby confirmed as the Auditor General of the Federation. Congratulations. Well, the Senate wishes the new Auditor General well. But let me also say that the National Assembly, the Parliament, the National Assembly and the Executive General remains truly autonomous and independent. We achieved so much by giving the Auditor General a financial autonomy which he requires. But I think we can do better as a government. The headquarters or the audit house where the Auditor General with some of his staff work is still not a befitting headquarters of the Auditor General for the Federation. The Auditor General needs office accommodation like the Treasury House, like the EFCC office complex, where he can accommodate all his staff. And all he will need to do is to go to the MD and carry out their auditing and return. A practice where some of the auditors are resident in organizations that are supposed to audit is not acceptable. So we need to do a lot more to support the Auditor General for the Federation to be more effective and more efficient. Actually, with the auditor efficient and effective Auditor General, EFCC, no ICPC. And if you have to need them, they cannot take precedence over the Auditor General, which it appears is the case today. So I urge all of us in the Parliament and the executive arm of government, all of us believe in fighting corruption. We should work to improve the office and operations of the Auditor General for the Federation. Thank you. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the second order of the day is the second reading of the National Health Insurance Emergency Bill 2021. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was read the first time in this chamber on Tuesday, 5th May 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Chukwuka Utazi to move the motion for the bill to be read the second time.
Senator Chukwuka Utazi, please make the presentation a little bit moderate or short.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Senator Chukwuka Utazi. I represent the good people of Enugu North Central District of Enugu State. I come with to lead the debate for a bill to repeal the Quarantine Act, Cap Q2 laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Nigerian Public Health Emergency Act to make provisions for regulating and preventing the introduction into and spread in Nigeria of dangerous infectious diseases and further related matters 2021 for second. Mr. President, the distinguished colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to lead debate on the general principle of the Public Health Emergency Bill 2021. This bill was read the first time on 5th day of May 2020. The bill was also informed by the challenges that confronted and still confronted the nation regarding the coordination of national response measures to combat the dreaded coronavirus crisis as a result of extant quarantine legislation, which compelled the executive branch to embark on a litany of subsidiary legislations to deal with certain exigencies. Accordingly, this bill primarily seeks to repeal the Quarantine Act, Cap Q2, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and establish an updated comprehensive legal administrative framework for handling outbreaks of infectious diseases and contagious diseases that portend major threats to public health safety within Nigeria or are likely to be transmitted into Nigeria or outside Nigerian borders if no quarantine or other emergency health measures are not taken by appropriate authorities to control the spread of infection rates. Background and justification. There is no saying that the extant Quarantine Act Cap Q2 laws of the Federation of Nigeria, which was enacted in 1926, is deficient for the purposes of enforcing quarantine and self-isolation of infected persons at or during the outbreak of dangerous contagious diseases, epidemics, or pandemics in the country. Indeed, most of the ailments like cholera, plague, yellow fever, smallpox, and typhus that warranted the enactment of the Quarantine Act of 1926 do not require the same quarantine measures as today's complex and deadly epidemics such as Ebola and COVID-19. The passage of this bill will effectively address these shortcomings and put in place a legislation that is up to date with modern realities regarding the disease epidemics of. To this end, this bill repeals the archaic Quarantine Act of 1926 and under Schedules 1 and 2 expands the scope and
Point of order, Deputy Chief Whip.
Mr. President, distinguished Aliu Sabi of the line. I come under Order 5610.
You may read.
Order 5610 talks about senators to be silent. During a sitting, all senators shall be silent or shall confer only in undertones. Mr. President, the chamber has become suddenly too noisy.
Yes, before I sustain your order, I think I will introduce something to that part of our standing orders, that senators should remain silent or confer illotons and also respect the COVID-19 protocol of social distancing. Your point of order is sustained.
Thank you, Mr. President. The passage of this bill will effectively address the shortcomings and put in place a legislation that is up to date with modern realities regarding disease epidemics or pandemics. To this end, this bill repeals the archaic Quarantine Act of 1926 and under Schedules 1 and 2 expand the scope and interpretation of dangerous infectious diseases beyond what is contained in the Quarantine Act, structure and the principles of the bill. Of 72 clauses, which is subdivided into 8 parts. Major highlights of the bill include Part 2, which deals with important bill, such as power of the president and, in appropriate circumstances, the governor of a state to declare as an infected area at the outbreak of dangerous disease, dangerous epidemics or pandemics, for the coordination of national remedial measures at the outbreak infectious diseases of the task force. Other expenditure requirements during such public health emergencies are also articulated in Clause 5, Part 2 of the bill. Part 3 of the bill deals with the administration of the bill, which is mainly vested in a presidential task force to be composed by the President upon the declaration of a public health emergency pursuant to Clauses 3 and 4 of the bill. However, the task force may in accordance with the provisions of Clause 6.3 of the bill, delegate the functions or any part of function conferred upon it to the National Center for Disease Control and its health officers. Part 4 provides for the control of infectious diseases within the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Clause 10, Part 4 of the bill also provides for public health surveillance to track trends, prevalence, and patterns of disease outbreak in the country during a public health emergency period caused by sudden outbreak of dangerous infectious diseases. Of the bill deals with the prevention of international spread of infectious diseases, where the President has reason to believe that a dangerous infectious disease may be through international borne by various modes of transportation. Clause 6 of the bill provides for the enforcement measures by investing certain powers on the National Center for Disease Control in dealing with outbreaks and suspected outbreaks of infectious diseases. This is without prejudice to the powers of the NCDC under its Enabling Act. Part 7 gives certain rights to users of healthcare facilities or those in quarantine. These rights include right to confidentiality of their medical records, except under permissible under the bill, the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Notices, etc. Default in compliance, general but this bill simply want to protect the general populace from the debilitating impacts of the outbreak, of dangerous disease. Conclusion, Mr. President, distinguished, this bill could not have come at a better time than now that we are managing one of the deadliest pandemics in the history of mankind, this COVID-19. In compliance with Order 77.3 of the Senate Standing Orders 2015 as amended, I wish to say that the proposed bill has no immediate financial burden on the Treasurer of the Federal passed into law, as administration of this bill is vested in a presidential task force upon the declaration of a public health emergency, or where delegated to the NCDC, which is an existing agency of the federal government. The sources of funding the activities of the presidential task force, as contained under Clause 5 of the bill, are only needed where a public health emergency is declared by the President under this bill. Foregoing and considering the relevant, I wish to appeal to my colleagues to support a message of this bill. Thank you so much for the attention, Mr. President.
Senator Adigian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, I remain Senator Adigian. I'm from Plateau North. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I stand to contribute to this important bill that seeks to repeal the Quarantine Act, laws of the Federation of 2004, and enact the National Health Emergency Act to make provisions for regulating and preventing the introduction into and spread in Nigeria of dangerous infectious disease and for other related matters. Distinguished colleagues, I would want to limit my contribution to the exercisable powers under the bill, particularly as it relates to the rights of citizens to liberty and privacy. I have taken a look at the bill, and the powers that are exercisable by Mr. President and governors, to the extent that the property, private property, can be taken over permanently or temporarily for the purpose of quarantining persons that are affected by contagious diseases. My recommendation would be that such powers be circumscribed. The other issue is about the omnibus and discretionary powers that are vested in the DG of the NCDC. And these powers that are of unrestricted access, an example is the to acquisition of private property and premises for quarantine purposes, is another aspect that we need to take a look at. I want to refer that the bill does not contradict the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In Section 35(1) of the Constitution, 1999 as amended, it says, every person shall be entitled to his personal liberty, and no person shall be deprived of such liberty, save in the following cases, and in accordance with the procedure permitted by law. Subsection 1D provides the proviso under which such rights can be affected. And it says, let me take 1D. In the case of persons, let me take it again. Subsection 35, 1E. In the case of persons suffering from infectious and contagious diseases, persons of unsound minds, persons addicted to drugs or alcohol or vagrants, for the purpose of their care or treatment, for the protection of the community. So the Constitution has allowed a situation where the rights of citizens to their liberty can be affected. And the proviso is to the extent where a person is suffering from infectious or contagious diseases, and which is what this bill has addressed. And given the fact that it does not contradict the Constitution, the only aspect will be for the powers exercisable, particularly by Mr. President.
Distinguished Miranda, please.
For the powers to be circumscribed. And again, the powers of the DG should not be such that are omnibus and discretionary. So that should be taken care of when they are at the stage. The bill does not contradict the Constitution of the Federal Republic of. Thank you.
Senator Baro Jibril.
Thank you, Mr. President. I represent Kano North.
Mr. President, we live in a changing world, a world that changes every day. And we face different challenges from time to time. Therefore, Mr. President, it is apt and appropriate to bring forward this bill, which is seeking to amend the Quarantine Act of 1926 in order to bring in the realities of our time in terms of the challenges we face, particularly the current diseases that affect us from time to time. The fact remains that when the Quarantine Act of 1926 was enacted, nobody thought that we'll find ourselves facing the problems we are facing now in terms of different diseases that are affecting the people globally. Mr. President, it is therefore necessary that we this act, we repeal it, and then one that is being sought by this bill, so that we strengthen our quarantine system in order to protect our people and to protect our country. The intent of this bill is straightforward. It is to make sure that we bring our quarantine laws up to date in order to face the current realities that are confronting us, that are keeping our people that are really affecting our people, and people are dying of different diseases. We had Ebola some few years back, and it's coming up again. Currently, we are being faced with COVID-19, and we don't know what will happen tomorrow. So it is always necessary that you create laws to deal with the current realities that you find yourself, and also be futuristic, so that whatever happens, you have laws that can actually take care of what is going to happen in the future. So I commend the sponsor of this bill for bringing forward this bill in order to deal with the current realities that we find ourselves, particularly now that we're being confronted with COVID-19 pandemic and also the resurgence of Ebola. We don't know what will happen to what I said earlier, so it's therefore apt.
Is there anybody against the bill? Is there anybody against the bill? Those in favor that this bill be now read a second time, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to repeal the Quarantine Act Cap Cure 2, Laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 2004, and enact the National Health Emergency Act to make provisions for regulating and preventing the introduction into and spread in Nigeria of dangerous infectious diseases and for other related matters, 2021, SB 413, first reading.
A bill for an act to repeal the Quarantine Act Cap Q2 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 and enact the National Health Emergency Act to make provisions for regulating and preventing the introduction into and spread in Nigeria of dangerous infectious diseases and for other related matters, 2021, second reading taken, and the bill is referred to the Committee on Health to report back within 4 weeks. Leader of the Senate. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the third order of the day is the second reading of the Nigerian Maritime Zones Act, Repeal and Re-enactment Bill 2021. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill is the first time in this chamber on Thursday, 10th October 2019. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator George Sekibo to move the motion to be read the second time.
Distinguished Senator George Thompson Sekibo, JP, CON. Senator Sekibo. Before Senator Sekibo, leader, the bill we just passed on quarantine, repeal of the quarantine act is supposed to be referred to Committee on Primary Health Care, not Health. Yes, so the bill will be handled by the Primary Health Care Committee on Primary Health Care. Senator Sekibo.
Mr. President, I am Senator George Thompson Sekibo. I represent the Central District. Lead debate on a bill to repeal the Exclusive Economic Zone Act, Cap E17, Laws of the Federation 2010, and the Waters Act, Cap T5, Laws of the Federation 2010, and the Maritime Zone Act to provide for the maritime zones of Nigeria and for matters connected therewith. I wish to thank the President of the Senate for the opportunity to lead the debate on this bill, and my colleagues were also ready to participate in the debate. You will recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, the 16th of October, 2019. The bill seeks to repeal the Exclusive Economic Zone Act, Cap E17, Laws of the Federation, LFN 2010, and the Territorial Waters Act, Cap T5, LFN 2010, and enact the Maritime Zone Act 21 in order to make comprehensive provision for the maritime zones of Nigeria and other matters. Paragraph. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, 1982, contains a set of rules and regulations making up a comprehensive legal framework that deals with all aspects of man's activities and interactions with the ocean and seas. The Convention set out the legal framework within which all activities in the ocean and seas must be carried out, and these activities should be consistent with its provision. States that have ratified the Convention are expected to the articles of the Convention. It ratified the UNCLOS in 1986 and has enacted national laws that address the many areas of the UNCLOS, but many of its laws are yet to be brought in consonance with the provisions of the Convention. The following areas of maritime zones are of importance to Nigeria: the territorial sea, contiguous zone, exclusive economic zone, and the continental shelf. Mr. President, prior to this period, Nigeria was implementing the Geneva Convention. A major change introduced by the bill is incorporation of the UNCLOS regime for the determination of the seaward limit of the continental shelf, in particular Article 76 of the UNCLOS, which enables Nigeria to claim the intercontinental margin rather than simply the continental shelf as provided under Article 1 of the Geneva Convention on the continental shelf 1958. Nigeria acceded to the Geneva Convention on 8 April 1971, but ratified UNCLOS on 14 August 1996. On UNCLOS coming to force on 16 November 1994, UNCLOS prevailed over the Geneva Convention in relation to those states that we are parties to both conventions by virtue of Article 3111. Thus, the UNCLOS colonial shelf regime now applies to Nigeria, and it is this regime to be implemented by this bill. Presently, Section 14.1 of the Petroleum Act defines the colonial shelf as the seabed and subsoil of those submarine areas adjacent to the coast of Nigeria, the surface of which lies at a depth no greater than 200 meters, where its natural resources are capable of exploitation at any depth below the surface of the sea, excluding so much of those areas as lie below the territorial waters of Nigeria. This definition is in line with the now superseded Article 1 of the Geneva Convention and will need to be amended to be consistent with the draft bill on clause-based definition of the colonial shelf. Importance of the repeal and the reenactment. Contiguous zone. Nigeria has not claimed a contiguous zone which will enable the extension of jurisdiction for its custom, fiscal, immigration, and sanitary laws and regulations. The contiguous zone is a maritime zone that has a maximum nautical miles commencing from the outward sea level of the territorial sea. The bill claims this zone in clause 6.1 with all related benefits. The contiguous zone is an enforcement area for offenses committed on sovereign territory and for taking of measures to prevent the infringements of such laws on that territory. Section 7.1 shows that Nigeria has also claimed another jurisdiction in the contiguous zone permitted by UNCLOS, which concerns the protection of submerged archaeological and historical objects, trafficking, exclusive economic zone. Section 9 of the bill declares an exclusive economic zone of 200 miles and its associated claims. The bill thus fully maximizes Nigerians' rights and jurisdiction in the exclusive economic zone. It has also reflected the actual provision of Article 56 of UNCLOS, which clearly lists and separates the various jurisdictions. Continental shelf. The concern related to the absence of reference to the colonial shelf in Section 44.3 of the 1999 Constitution has already been mentioned. This problem has been appealed by vesting the right of the colonial shelf in the government, pending when an amendment is made to the Constitution. The bill has correctly delegated authority to the minister to define it in due course after the United Nations Commission on the Limit of the Colonial Shelf makes the recommendation on Nigeria's submission. The draft bill also contains...
Distinguished, please try to paraphrase this, because selecting...
with neighboring states that have been brought in line with the pertinent UNCLOS provision for the sake of clarity and better implementation. I have synoptic provisions here, but I think I will jump over them. My colleagues can read them. 5.10. 6.0. The bill does not require financial compendium as requested by our order clause 7.3, 27.3. It does not require of any new agency or government to administer it. It is only an administrative bill. Distinguished colleagues, Mr. Senate President, I am convinced beyond every shade of doubt that besides being a legal instrument, the bill will constitute an important policy instrument of national and regional relevance. It is a challenge that should be met by a state of Nigerian political, economic, and legal stature. I therefore sincerely plead with my colleagues and urge them to support the passage of the bill and so that the second reading can. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and my colleagues.
Deputy Minority.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleague. Mr. President, this bill is a straight one and equally very technical. It truly requires a great deal of the knowledge of the maritime law to be able to, digest what is expected to be the benefit of this bill to Nigeria as a nation. So as to say that two motions, Mr. President, were discussed on this floor in relation to this bill. And I remember vividly I discussed with the sponsor of the bill that there is the need to bring a bill so as to
areas that will benefit Nigeria. In the 7th Senate, when the Boundary Commission had meetings with the United Nations, they needed an evidence to show Nigeria's commitment in this respect. So that was actually what informed the motion in the 7th Senate. And when he came up with another motion, we saw indeed the necessity for this bill. And like I said, it's quite a technical bill that has a lot of economic resources that Nigeria will benefit from. Extension of this nautical, utilizing the 200 nautical miles from the baseline is going to be very, very important to us as a nation. Many advantages. One, we are working to secure our sea security, land security that we are familiar with. We do it on tripod of air, from the land, and from the sea. This is outside of the economic benefit, which the lead debate had highlighted already. So, Mr. President, I think we stand to benefit a lot, and I call on my colleagues to support this bill. And like I said, it's not a bill that is controversial. It's for the benefit of Nigeria as a nation, and we stand to gain a lot. And I've also argued, Mr. President, that also at a much later, at the fullness of time, maybe constitutional amendment to get it reflected in the Constitution, the benefit that is. Having said this, Mr. President, I say let our colleagues support this bill so that Nigeria can benefit from this. Thank you very much.
Is there anybody against the bill? Those in favor against the bill? Okay, clarification.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, I very much appreciate the attempt, that this bill tries to put right by putting our laws, in to rhyme with the laws of the Sea Conference of the United Nations. This is a very, very complex issue. Therefore, on the Navy may not adequately be able to deal with it. So I would suggest that there should be a joint committee, including the Maritime Transport Committee, and the Judiciary Committee should be there, because this is a very complex international convention. When the measurement where the continental shelf stops and the extension of that to the economic zone, it's a very technical issue. So I think we should really be very, very, very detailed, so that we don't make laws that either should change us or at the end of the day violate the same convention that we want to align our laws with. So I think we should be able to take this issue very, very seriously and get the technical element.
Leader, what are you suggesting now? We add Committee on Judiciary Legal Matters?
Judiciary can.
I think Judiciary is supposed to lead, because this is more of a jurisdictional thing. Navy is only a beneficiary of what is defined.
Important committee for this particular assignment, sir.
Leader, thank you very much for that intervention. Anybody against the bill? Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that this bill be now read a second time, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to repeal the Exclusive Economic Zones Act, Cap E17, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, and the Territorial Waters Act, Cap T5, Laws of Nigeria, 2010, and the Maritime Zone Act to provide for the maritime zones of Nigeria and for related matters, SB 49, second reading.
A bill for an act to repeal the Exclusive Economic Zones Act, Cap E17, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and the Territorial Waters Act, Cap T5, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2010, and enact the maritime zones to provide for and for related matters 2021 taken, and the bill is referred to the Senate committees or joint committees on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters, Navy, and Marine Transport to report back within 4 weeks. Congratulations, Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fourth order of the day is the second reading of Abuja Geographical Information System Establishment, etc. Bill 2021. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was read the first time in this on Wednesday, 11th March 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Mohammed Hassan to move a motion for the bill to be read the second time.
Distinguished Senator Hassan Mohammed Jarma.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Hassan Mohammed Gusau, Zamfara Central. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, permit me to lead this debate on this important bill of establishment of Geographic Information System, that is AGIS. The bill was read for the first time on this hollow chamber on Wednesday, 11 March 2020. Geographic Information System is defined as an information system that is used to input, store, retrieve, manipulated, analyze, and output geographical reference data, location-based, in order to support decision-making for planning and management of land use, natural resources, environment, transportation, facilities, and other administrative records. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, Geographic Information System, that is AGIS, is proven technology that has been used for several decades by many government agencies and departments. Department and organization in various parts of the world. As a decision support tool and information management system, AGIS provides the capability to collect, manage, manipulate, analyze, and distribute information that is tied to a location. And it allows the information of a map-based environment to provide a better visual image of location, patterns, and relationship. AGIS is enabled and core technology that touches various business processes, that system data, and other applications. As such, it's an integral part of the computing method that contributes to the success of a city service delivery and operations. Recognizing the importance of AGIS and the desire of the administration to improve service delivery and sanitize land administration, the FCT administration in 2003 began the computation of the land registry and cadastre. It started with a group that was made of stakeholder department and the Julius Baja Nigeria Limited consultant into the AGIS agency in 2004. The Abuja Geographic Information System Agency was established by the Federal Capital Establishment of Functions and the Ministry of Federal Capital Territory, Resolution of Number 1, 2004, which decentralized the structure of the FCT administration to include the mission-critical agencies like AGIS, Abuja Metropolitan Management Agency, and Satellite Town Development Agency. According to the Ministry of Federal Capital Territory, Resolution Order Number 1, 2004, subject to and in accordance with SS 41 and 42 of the Act, This agency is charged with the responsibility of the generation, management, and administration of geospatial data and land matters in the Federal Capital Territory. My dear colleagues, the mandate of the agency includes the official source of geospatial data on FCT, provide a comprehensive, all-inclusive state-of-the-art, foolproof, computerized geospatial data structure of the FCT, service delivery in land administration, computerized of spatial-related workflows in selected FCTA department and agencies, services for government, professional, and citizens. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, you may wish to know that Abuja land administration, before the establishment of agencies, has been immersed in the following problems. 1, unattended applications, multiple allocations, illegal allocation for federal office, unclear situations in land allocation, mismatch in land use, forgeries of land documents, encroachment, service right of way, property boundaries, misuse of public properties, inefficient revenue generation and collection rapid expansion of the city could not be sustained with mutual record keeping. Uncoordinated operation of the land-related department within the FCT can no longer sustain an efficient land management and administration. Need to move with time to be updated. With the situation of ages, the plan achievement has been made. Played a key role in the restoration of Abuja master plan. Major source of internally generated revenue for the FCT. Reduce encroachment of the right of way, property boundary, etc. Coordinated operations in land-related department. Reduce to a large extent illegal allocations. Aegis success is to date a role model for other states of the Federation that has a successful establishment similar agency. Places like Lagos, Kaduna, Nasarawa, Rivers, ED, etc. Aegis is an independent parastatal agency of the FCT with a clearly defined mandate of providing special data infrastructure, land administration, and related commercialization services for relevant SDS in the FCT. It should be noted that this operational structure is very much in line with the FCT Administration Establishment Act, Judiciary legislation of 2004, which dissolved the FCT and established the FCTA, along with a number of critical specialized parastatals to include Aegis. Established Aegis agency is an independent service provider and the only official source of geospatial data of FCT. The operation of Aegis should be primarily focused on the land administration with provision of spatial data and related conservation services to land-related departments and agencies, as well as identify revenue-generating consulting and related commercial services for external stakeholders and other state government, as the case may be. The operations of the agency are subject to Statutory Land Use Act, Urban Regional Planning Act, and the survey laws. Fellow colleagues, I urge you to support me this bill to be read for the second time and refer to the relevant committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anyone? Yeah, Senator Philip Aduda, the chief whip, minority whip.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is distinguished Senator Philip Tenimo Aduda. I represent the very good people of the FCT. Mr. President, when this department came into being and this agency, I was at the time the chairman of the House Committee on FCT. Mr. President, we have tried on so many occasions to pass this bill. I believe the time is ripe and the time is now that we pass to help land documents in putting together geodata and various data that will have to do with the land in the FCT. Mr. President, I rise to second and support that this bill be read the second time, this bill be for second reading, so that it can be sent to the committee to do justice to it and to carry out what they're supposed to, so that we can pass this bill for the good of the people of the FCT, Nigerians who will own property in the FCT, so that they can have proper documentations and can have proper documents that can back up their land documents. With this few remarks, Mr. President, I support this bill and I support that it be read the second time and sent through there.
Is there any one against the bill? Those in favor that this bill be now read a second time, say aye. Those against, aye. You wanted to speak?
There's any financial implication, because it's talking about creating an agency and all that. See any implication to it? Thank you.
Yes, minority. What?
Yes, the financial compendium can be said to already be there because it is already existing. All we need is a law to back it up. Because
Okay. So there is an explanation. The GIS in Abuja already exists. In fact, it has been existing for a long time, since 5 days as minister. So all that we are trying to do is to give it a legal backing. So there is no visible or even anticipated financial implication. Thank you. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to establish the Abuja Graphical Information System, AGIS, and for other matters related therewith, 2021, SB 391, second reading.
Bill for an act to establish the Abuja Geographical Information System, AGIS, and for other matters related therewith, 2021, second reading taken, and the bill is referred to the Committee on the FCT to report back within 4 weeks. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fifth order of the day is the second reading of the National Environmental Research and Training Institute Establishment, etc. Bill 2021. The distinguished senator will recall that the bill was read the first time in this chamber on Wednesday, 14th October 2020. Mr. President, you wish to invite distinguished Senator Stephen Ekpenyong to move the motion for the bill to be read the second time.
Senator Christopher Stephen Ekpenyong, Akwa Ibom Northwest.
Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, my name is Christopher Ekpenyong, representing the good people of Akwa Ibom Northwest in Akwa Ibom State. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, this is a bill that had gone through the first reading in this chapter.
Distinguished Ekpenyong, please, is there any way you can abridge it, please, because it's long?
Yes, indeed, I will. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, I'm delighted to, by these chambers, to have given me the honor to present this bill for the second time, for the second reading. I want to go straight for the justification of this bill, if passed by this distinguished Senate. Mr. President and my respected colleagues, the global focus today is on ways in which the environmental impacts, human activities for economic development could be reduced or eliminated if possible, so that some degree of environmental sustainability might be achieved in the foreseeable future. Nature, they say, has no intrinsic value. It is of value only if it has benefits. Benefits humans does. For instance, a rare plant in the tropical rain forest, such as our own, is and worthy of preservation only if some useful drug could be made from it, or if it serves a use to the benefit of humankind. In other words, Mr. President, nature and everything within was for the sole benefit of well-being and pleasure of mankind. And so scientific ought to focus on ways in which to exploit nature to the fullest to achieve those ends. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, further by the provision of our national policy on environment, Nigerians are poorly aware of the environmental and damages being done to it through various activities like settlement, expansion, bush burning, littering, open dumping of human waste, polluting rivers with sewage, among others. As the changing climate patterns and their increasing grievous consequences are little appreciated, we are equally faced with the challenge of a weak environment, of a weak environmental legislation. And that is, President and distinguished colleagues, I am initiating this bill, which had already been read by the first time in these 30 chambers. So, Mr. President, I want to just move straight to the objective of the bill. The objective of the bill, distinguished colleagues, we are all aware of the scourge of environmental problems and challenges in our country with a limited or no solutions as a result of absence of sound and realistic policies and research institutions in this sector. To this end, the National Environmental Research Training Institute Bill seeks to establish an institutional and legislative and legal framework to develop environmental policies, organize training, conduct scientific research in the environmental sector. The bill is therefore an effort to set up an institution for the purposes of 1, conducting research into environmental issues, B, advance and disseminating the results of the research for the proper conservation, protection of environment and mitigation of environmental impacts through issues and among others. Mr. President and distinguished and respected colleagues, the bill, if passed into law, would address numerous problems in the environmental sector, ranging from erosion and flood control, climate change, biodiversity and ecosystem, pollution control, marine safety, waste management, and environmental impact assessment. Mr. President and my distinguished colleague, it is instructive to note that countries like United Kingdom, Denmark, Japan have similar institutions. So I want to say, Mr. President, that we should, time has come that we should also have similar law that will address our environmental problems. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, it is a well-known fact that Nigeria's population growth and economic development are affecting the environment. The interplay between population growth, resources, depletion, environmental change has been debated extensively without a lasting solution. If this institution as obtainable in the above stated jurisdiction is duplicated in Nigeria, like I've stated, Denmark have it, Japan and others, is duplicated in Nigeria, Mr. President, to conduct, it will go a long way to provide a veritable institutional and legal framework for environmental research, development, training, and policy formulation, and identification of environmental issues through scientific methods that will foster proper management of our environment. Conclusion, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, the bill contains 17 clauses with their schedule clauses 1 to 5 deals with.
This is where we'll call it a day on today's live broadcast of Senate plenary. At the moment, Senate has urged President Muhammadu Buhari to declare a state of emergency in insecurity in Nigeria. Well, this followed a motion by Senator Sani Musa, which also condemned the attack and urged security operatives to ensure the elimination of these students and their teachers and to ensure that these bandits are flushed out from their hideouts. The Senate has confirmed the appointment of Ahoho Adolphus as the Auditor General for the Federation. We will now hand you over in continuation of our scheduled programs for the day. I am Ignatius Kwo. Enjoy the rest of our programs.
Hear that sound? You know that Nigeria's most authentic newscast is about to begin. NTA Network News.
A national communion.
My brother, my sister, papa, mama, and pikin. Corona no be pass us, we go fight time, we go win. As long as we remember to always do the right thing. Wash your hands, love each other, we go win. Oh. Corona, na the virus, we dey worry human being. E no get Lego, but e dey waka from person to person. But we fit beat time, we fit stop time if we maintain good hygiene and practice social distancing. We go win. Oh. No shaking hands with your neighbor. Blow them a kiss from afar. Use soap and water to wage war. Let's show this thing who we are. We are special, we're courageous, we are awesome human beings. We dey super, we get power, we can conquer anything. If we hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline. Wash your hands, love each other, we go we know. If it be like say you know well, like it's something they do you. And you feel say, you believe say, you get a seed they do you. And your body no grisogy, like it's something they do you. No let panic finish you, you go we know. Self-isolate for the sake of all the people that you love. Oh, don't go around spreading rumors, 'cause fake news won't help anyone. You are special, you're courageous, you're a caged human being. You too much, oh, you get power, you can conquer anything. Only if you hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline. Wash your hands, love one another, we go we know. My brother, my sister, papa, mama, and pikin. COVID-19, no big pass we go fight and we go win. Just as long as